Okay. Peace. Gonna get started here in a second. Sorry for the hold up. Peace and blessings to you all. Thank you for joining once again. We are back with another panel discussion with yours truly, joined by none other than, of course, Brother MOE FACTZ. We also have returning Hulk of Spiritual Logic, aka Hulk, as well as the Battle Don. He should be joining in here in a second. He's going to be hopping in here, but we're going to get it started. And we're going to bring him on as he enters. So before we really get this cracking, I want to have my guests say hello to you all.
Peace. What's going on? Grateful to be here.
How you doing, Days?
Excellent, man. Been looking forward to this discussion. So yeah, man, I'm doing great. I'm excited, happy to be here. Glad everybody has joined us. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the mods. We are definitely diving into this topic.
Oh, yeah.
Holding zero punches. It's something to discuss because, you know, we've been talking about off and on CANDACE Owens for some time, just being such a influential figure politically. But I think one thing that makes her stand out a bit is the fact that she has a pretty diverse arsenal in that she is not only a woman, a female, but she's also a black woman. She's conservative. And now she's calling out the JQ and all kinds of trutherism. Very, very interesting. So as we begin here, let's just talk about our perspectives on this individual. So I guess we could start with you, Mo.
So as you said, CANDACE Owens is everything to everyone. I've always referred to her as the conservative Oprah, or she aspires to be the conservative Oprah. To where, I mean, you see where Oprah, she had the opportunity to anoint Barack Obama as a president. And I think if CANDACE stays on the same path, she could have that same kind of power on the conservative side. But in a flooded market, you have to make sensational hot takes and take hot points and I think that's what she's doing. But under the surface, there's a lot going on that we're gonna get into. But just on the surface, I think that why she appeals, she has the Kanye cosign. She has the red pill resume. She's culturally still tied in and tapped in. You know, she didn't condemn Beyonce, and she had her spat with Cardi B, but she still stays culturally tapped in as far as pop culture, you know, and she doesn't shy away from being black, but at the same time is very critical of black, which is just it's a paradox in itself. And she's triggering the people. Let's just be honest. She's very triggering to people, which in this field that's a actual plus, not a minus.
Absolutely. Very triggering, polarizing, and she's young too. That's another
Yep.
power angle, especially today. She's young, so she has reach. She has a very diverse following and audience, and she is appealing to the younger generation of young women in a way that many influencers can't necessarily do today. Now, I want to make sure our audio is good. So in the chat, can we get a 5 by 5 if we're all equal as far as our levels? If anybody's higher than someone else, let us know so we can fix this audio so it sounds okay for your listening pleasure. As we continue here, yeah, so why don't you jump into this, Hulk, and give some of your just general views on her. We don't got to go too deep yet because we're about to be really going in here.
Got you. So I'll just keep it simple. I think Candace represents the rebranding of the mainstream media, and it's crafted very creatively and cleverly as a subversive tool to, you know, control op against the established system, because this is a transition. They're transitioning, so they need to create a new rebranded element to deceive secular people to think that somebody represents you, you know, and because mainstream media indoctrinated culture and people and society for decades, and now they need to transition the indoctrinated people into a new system that's against, what appears to be against the old system, but it's not. It's just appearing that way. It's an illusion. So she's playing the identity politics, but she's claiming she's not, but she is. She's doing it just by being her, by being a Black woman, by being a face of man-centered conservative values, which is weird. You know, you would think that, well, we'll get into that later. But she's also exploiting culture. This is why she's hanging with all the celebrities, and she gets the interviews with politicians and all this stuff. So it's just, to me, it's planned subversion, cleverly disguised as someone relatable. So I just leave it there.
Absolutely. It's all of these things being said, for me, it's hard to really figure out where she's coming from, right? It's this whole question, because I guess right now the sentiment is she's unhinged. I don't necessarily think she's unhinged. I think that's a bit extreme. I think that's more of like a normie take, because a lot of what she's saying has been said, and it's like nothing new to people who have been doing even the littlest of research. But it's the fact that she's so influential and has such a big platform, and essentially is extremely famous. So to hear such a famous individual saying edgy things like this is unhinged to the, I guess, the green. But for me, it's like run of the mill stuff. And I think the good thing about it is she's a good influence on, say, young people, especially young women, you know, that look up to her and some of her conservative or traditional ways of thinking, as well as questioning the systems, right? So it's this like entry level trutherism, which I think can have a positive, right? Especially to someone who knows nothing. You know what I mean? It's kind of like this introduction or like an appetizer. You know what I'm saying? Like just get the you know, get it going, get it started. I think that could be a positive there. And then there's the question: is she an agent? You know, speaking to some of the points you brought up today as well as in the past, is she actually uh, being put in a position of pseudo truth to derail, to distract, and to preoccupy a certain population in certain areas on certain topics? Or is she just a grifter? Is she doing this because it makes great money, and she gets to be famous? She gets to have all the perks that come with that type of lifestyle. Is she this type of career truth speaker, if you will? This a mixture of the two, a political pundit, but also this new truth speaker, right? This she's almost like a new type of Alex Jones, a very surface level version. But I almost, especially lately, she's starting to seem like a Catholic Billy Carson with breasts or something. You know, it's like she's just like really playing this up. She's really leaning in, and it's almost, it's a bit campy at times. And I think that's just part of her personality. But it's interesting because there's a lot of, I'd say, negative things or questionable things. We'll say that, but there's also some positives, right? Like I think if I have seen many young people that would have never been thinking about these things now questioning things and moving
Yeah.
back to more conservative views, getting back to traditional ways of thinking, and we definitely need that for the youthful and young people. So I try to look at it as many angles as possible, but for me personally, I look at her as a mixture of a grifter and a grifter and a type of agent, because and I don't know if I wouldn't say she's directly controlled opposition. She could possibly be indirectly controlled opposition in that she's like a useful type of let's say spokesman for uh, grander plans, right? So she's playing into the whole thing, and the reason I say that, and we'll talk about this today, is some of her inconsistencies and her hypocrisy, right? She claims to be quote unquote Christian and traditional, yet she's supporting the Tates. She's supporting the two-party system, which is clearly a psyop. So
Mm-hmm.
for me, it's like she's like this safe space for truth, but keeps you within this, under this ceiling, right? It's like you can't break through the ceiling to get the whole truth. She keeps you stuck in the two-party system paradigm. She's claiming a religion, and she also supports clear tyrants. I mean, the Tate brothers are digipimps. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And then there's the whole her family background as far as who she's married into, which is extremely questionable. We're going to be touching on that as well. So there's just too many strange inconsistencies for me to actually trust her. So my point is, she is an untrustworthy source, right? It's not to say you can't get good information, right? But
Right, right.
if you're
And that's
going,
the disguise.
yes, if you're going in completely ignorant, you're going to be deceived in the long run, because she's ultimately going to keep you stuck in a paradigm, right? Even though
Yeah.
there's some truth in that paradigm, it's still within a false paradigm, and that could be by design, right? So
Yeah.
I have to be completely honest about that. I just think, and for those who listen to my work, this is not news. I'm sure you guys see this as well. But there's a lot of people, new people who come around, and she has a lot of supporters, man, a lot of supporters. So we have to really break this down.
Yeah. And that,
I just
oh,
like to jump in right there.
Yeah, please.
Oh, you can go ahead, Hope.
no, no, go ahead. I'll
Well, I
come in
was just
after
going
you.
to say that we have to look at what she is. One, she's talented. We can't take that away from her. She's got, and this is not being a fanboy. This is being an honest
Yeah.
analysis, so you can realize why she's successful at misleading people. I think sometimes we dismiss people. Oh, like, oh, she's an agent, she's this, control opposition.
Absolutely.
And what I like to do is realize, why is this person effective? In a flooded market where you have all these red pill, trad wives, just the whole thing she represents, why is she effective? And one, she's talented. Two, she's attractive. And not in the sense of attractive for being a sex object, but actually being attractive in the sense of, in a modest sense. You know, if you brought her home, just on the surface level, if you brought her home to mom would be pleased. Like, you pick well, son. You know, the way she presents herself.
Great point.
Her personality. And then lastly, she enjoys what she does. She enjoys like kicking up the dust and trolling and just coming at people. I think she would do that for free. To be honest with you, she gets a kick out of it. And I think that's where the sense of authenticity comes from. It's not put on. But what she's also been successful at doing is she's thread the fine needle between a Nick Fuentes and a Farrakhan. We can't let that, you know, she's found that sweet spot between those two of presenting the information about the JQ in a way where it sounds like Nick Fuentes and it sounds like Farrakhan at the same time. So regardless of the listener, they can hear what they want to hear out of it.
Yes.
Yes. Well said, man. Absolutely.
And I'll add this as a kind of a preface for what we're going to do. We have precise, very specific evidence why we question her intentions. We're not kind of being like overly judgmental concerning a surface level of things. We're just seeing inconsistencies and contradiction that creates a paradoxical character about her. So that's kind of where we're going to start there. But I'll also look at the fact that, you know, it's almost like how, I'm going to go to the Bible really quick. You can't serve two masters, you know, or you can't be lukewarm in a sense. But here, I think that's exactly what's being promoted. A universal kind of spokesperson for everyone. You know, this, because honestly, if you were to take the words of Christ, he's very extreme to the world. His views are very, you know, because he represents absolute goodness, he doesn't have no fellowship, no compromise. So when you don't compromise or have fellowship with evil, good will be extreme. It won't be likable to evil. It won't be comforting or consoling to evil. And so the fact that she's very cozy with a lot of wicked people, and I'm not saying you can't, you know, offer love and kindness to everyone, but you have to be consistent in your message with what you're promoting. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a consistency, because if you say A is wrong, then promoting and celebrating someone who does A will be inconsistent. You got to be consistent with what you're doing. So it's a lot that we're going to bring out today. This is why I think we should just get into like peeling back the layers, because I don't want people to think that we just are out for her. We have our reasons. We've been very quiet and letting things reveal themselves, because time proves all things. You know, honest, on the surface level, I don't have no qualms with her. You know what I'm saying? You got it, bro.
And you have to be that way when you're critical of somebody.
Yes.
Because what we want to do is point out to people how they may be being misled. And if you come across as a hater, that's not going to be effective in pointing out what the real issues are. So if you have a equal critique of somebody and a fair critique of them, then the person sees, oh, you coming from a good place. I can understand where you find problems with Candace or whoever it is. Right. But I want to make one more point, and Days, maybe this leads you into one of my tweets, is she's very similar to Kamala Harris too. She's everything to everybody. If you talk to some people like Kamala Harris, she wants to defund the cops, and then you talk to other people, and she locks black people up. Yeah, you know, so as Days talk about, is we live in a post-truth society, and in that post-truth society, these are going to be your new brand characters, where they're not going to be absolutists. They're going to be how you can identify yourself in them. And I'll turn it back over.
Oh, look at the picture. Look at
yes,
the picture.
Absolutely. I got it pulled up here. Yeah, we do understand a little bit about the esoteric. Okay, we've been talking about these things for years, and they aren't to be ignored. Okay, now I understand that the coincidence theorists will say, oh, well, those are traditional floor panels, and this is just how a lot of old buildings are. I understand all of that. Point is, there's meaning behind these images, and I believe that regardless of how what talents these individuals have, what their goals are, they are part of a machine, right? I don't care what people say about Kamala; she is part of a machine. She is literally an advisor to the king, and as we see Candace playing her role in this massive hyper real experience we're all having through media, a type of surrogate brain of mainstream legacy media. What we're seeing here is just more of the same, in my view, and that's based on not necessarily what comes from her mouth, what she presents on screen, but who she is under, who she
Yes.
who she answers to. And I think Mo can speak to this because he's presented it to us, this idea of exactly why she converted to Catholicism,
Oh boy.
right? So when
Well, she had to
just that
convert.
alone,
Yeah.
just that alone is like, well, damn, you let someone decide for you your salvation, right? Mm.
Yes.
And for these pictures, for people who may not either looking at the screen right now or if you can't see clearly, on the left you have Kamala Harris walking on the checkerboard floor between two pillars. I found that to be an interesting pic, like the way they capture it. And the thing about pictures, people are like, oh, they take pictures all the time. It's not the pictures that they take, it's the one they elevate to you and
Yeah.
put in front of you. They take thousands of pictures, but why is this the one that they're pumping? And then on the right hand side, you have Candace Owens on the checkerboard floor between two pillars. When
Yeah.
you see, like I said, we're not deceived. Like I just want to make, because people might think like we're fanning out. No, we're giving an honest, balanced critique, and to let people know we're not deceived, because you got to understand what Days was alluded to before, that Candace was a Protestant. She switched to being a Catholic because she married into a Catholic family, which Michael Farmer is her father-in-law. Michael Farmer is a part of the royal family. He was, I think, knighted or however they do it, inducted to the royal family, and she married his son. So this
Yep.
goes to show you, Candace Owens is not some suburban mom making jelly on the weekends in her cardigan. This is not the way she likes to present herself. This ain't the case.
Yeah. A very
She's
wealthy
a
son.
very fine-tuned asset. Go ahead, Hope.
A very wealthy son who previously was the owner of Parlor, who sold it to Kanye West, I believe, that flopped. But just understand that since we broached the topic of a British aristocrat, nobility family, there's connections in that. If you understand the Freemason level of how this world works, there's a level. Then we understand it's not coincidence that she's elevated to have such access to politicians and high level celebrities and all these things. Now it all makes sense, because how do you look throughout history for thousands of years? How do people enter into high status? Through families, entering the families. So this is really old means of rising and having influence in the world. Very old, married to a powerful family. And she promotes herself, and I'm gonna get to the Catholic thing in a second, but she promotes herself as this, I really need your support. I listened to a live stream today, and she was like, if you can give, now, there's nothing wrong with asking for support, but denying the fact that you're very wealthy in a time where engineered economic downturn is happening, and you're hiding from the public how loaded you are, and you're coming off like, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. And that may be true for us being on these platforms, but that's not true for her. But she wants you to think she's really trying to, and Days and I, we've talked about this. What's happening is she's taking over real estate that belongs to people like us, actual people who are just regular people who have done years of research, decades of research, and have a worldview to support what we're saying. And we're doing it from the ground up. You know what I'm saying? And she's trying to take over real estate of people who just, built platforms, come online, and actually had to develop an audience, being opposed by the world. See, there's a difference between garnering an audience where the world already loves you and knows you because you've been promoted to celebrity status, then getting the world to notice you while you're opposing the world and going against the world and being censored by the world, and you're garnering a very organic audience. That's not what's happening there. They won't let people like us get on Joe Rogan or talk to President Trump or interview celebrities.
Never,
never do that because we don't play into the secular political paradigm. And here's the thing: politics are secular. I remind people they're secular. I know people, they say God, but that's just a term to give authority to what they're saying, but not, it's the form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. They're not talking about biblical truth. They're trying to garner people who are ignorant of the truth to give authority to something where they don't have the highest authority behind them. They're just saying, you should just do this because we said so, but they're putting, it's like going to a secular court system. They make you swear in the Bible, but they don't really obey the Bible because they let criminals go free all the time and they let guilty people look innocent. So there's no transcendent justice going on. It's all a guise. It's all a surface level disguise. And this whole thing about, and this is my last point before we move on, this whole thing about, I get people coming from being deceived in Catholicism, and Mo schooled me on this about her family ties and stuff. But I've heard of people coming out of Catholicism be born again, but I never heard anyone who's truly born again and converts to Catholicism, family or not. I get it for an optics level, but it's like salvation is a change in us to where I think she had knowledge of what she was getting into. I mean, we can talk about this later, but y'all can correct me. Didn't she say that they only had 17 days before they got together?
We're definitely gonna go into that. I'm gonna play that clip in a bit. It's insane. Honestly, I want to save that part because bro,
a little teaser, y'all.
Man, when you look at just the whole scenario with that, it's weird, bro. It's like what are these people? Who does this kind of stuff? I'm sorry. It's just strange. It's strange. But anyhow, shout out to
and before we move past the father-in-law,
we're not moving past that
about the father-in-law.
Actually, let's go into that. Okay. I've already pulled up the image here. Let's go into that. I think that's very important for people who might not be familiar. She has married into British aristocracy, okay, but it's not simply Anglospheric. It's as well. Let's just say Talmudic, okay? So I'm sorry, bro, but that alone gives me pause, period. She's married into this, man. So she could come out here calling it JQ all she wants. You're married into this elitist aristocratic lineage, man. That's a huge red flag. I'm just gonna leave it there. Go ahead, bro.
And then I just wanted to make one point that her father-in-law is the Christian deputy chair of the Council for Christian and Jays. So it's not like she doesn't understand anti-Semitism. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a weird, you know what I'm saying? You can't say this stuff on the internet and go over for Sunday dinner with the chairman of the council and not have an awkward conversation. So we're gonna have to go back, and I have some ideas or some thoughts of why she's doing what she's doing, and it's not on the surface benefiting who we think is benefiting. So I'll say that. I know Don just hopped in, so I know he wants to chime in on the topic.
Shout out to the battle, Don.
Peace to y'all, brothers. Mo, Hulk, Days in the chat. Yeah, I'm just wanting to catch up to speed with where you guys are just speaking, and also learning stuff as I listen to you guys speak, but I'm gonna fall back for right now, get a little bit more ammunition.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and go into that, Brother Mo? This whole Lord Michael
So
Farmer.
yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so Michael Farmer, like I said, he's he's aristocrat to the royal family, and you have to ask yourself, and this is just me war gaming this thing out, who it benefits. You have this person online kicking up dust every time she can to point her finger at a certain group. It kind of makes them the victim now. I don't think it's legit. I don't think it's legit to, think that it's not. It's just I just woke up one morning. This is who I think. Who I think this is. I have more questions than answers. Is she running cover for the church to point away from their transgressions when it comes to the topic she talks about the JQ, and point and say it's them and they corrupted us? That's one thing. Also, is this done to sell more ammunition and weapons and fund the military industrial complex? Because we understand, hopefully people understand, fear equates to defense, which equates to tax dollars, which equates to spending more defense. Fear is just a way to get that dollars out of your pocket and into the government cycle, which I sent you a picture days when we get to that point. But I'm just saying, these are questions we need to ask ourselves. Like, nothing she said is new. If in the truther community, we all know about Leo Frank and the ADL and all these things. We know these things, and that's why I'm saying I knew these things coming from the pro-black side of it, because I read the 3 books from Farrakhan. See what I'm saying? Like,
it's all old news to us.
Yeah, this all old news, and even I think Nick Fuentes feels some kind of way because she's stealing my talking points. So it's like, what is the purpose of this?
The only thing she could do at this point is have Nick Fuentes on her show. I'm not going to be satisfied until I see Nikki on her show. I'm period. And she won't do it. She won't. No, she won't.
Right, which she won't do. She won't do. But I'm just saying, like, these are the things that you have to ask yourself. Once you get past the she's control opposition, who's controlling her and for what purpose? And as Neely Fuller Jr. says, all problems are solved through questions and answers. When you get to a point where you're confused or you don't start asking questions, and the answers will find you, and that's what being a truther is all about, is that we're talking about something right now that 2 years from now, they'll be taking our talking points and running them on YouTube and Twitter and TikTok, and we have to live with that. When you're ahead of the curve on things, people are going to figure it out after you. And I think that's where she's found her sweet spot at, is stuff that's old to us is new to a lot of people, and conspiracy theory really is trendy right now.
Do you want to go into this clip?
I'll land my plane there, but I just go ahead.
Do you want to go into this clip, suspending arms, or do you just want to speak on it?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Go.
Okay. Is there any?
Well,
is there any particular?
No. It's just. No, it's I could just summarize so we don't have to go into the clip. Basically, JQ, and I got to be careful, and I-land, if y'all know what I'm talking about, I got to be careful. They're falling out of favor right now. Just logistically and strategically, they're no longer what they used to be, because now we have, when I say we, American, because I'm an American citizen, America has strategic points on both sides of Iran, with Afghanistan on one side and Iraq on the other side. So that makes our land, in the 90s and the 2000s, they had a purpose. This was their purpose, why they were created, to be a foothold in the Middle East. That's no longer the case. And what you're having right now is a reevaluation of their importance to the military industrial complex and the global one world government. This is what's happening right now. I'm just gonna be straight up. It's a reevaluate, like when your boss bring you into the office, like, yeah, 3 years ago you was hot stuff around here. But what have you done for the company lately? And that's what's happening. And they're getting all kind of pressure. That's why you have pressure on the right. You got pressure from the left. We see what's going on in the DNC. It's not a mystery why she dropped this this provocative Twitter space and stuff right when the DNC is going on, and we're at peak Palestine protests. She's carving out a nice following on both the left and right side of the political paradigm.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what's really going on here. She is carving out a nice following because pro-Palestine people can look at her and say we agree, and gropers or how you pronounce it can look at her and say we agree, and groypers and the Nation of Islam can say we can look at her and we agree.
It's fascinating.
And the Kyrie Irving fans can look at her and say we can agree, and the Kanye West fans can say we look at her and we agree.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll add to what you're saying. If you think about
no, great points, man.
When you brought up like how she's viewing what's happening in the Middle East, I think the timing between the schism between her and Ben Shapiro, it's like the timing of that with what's happening in the Middle East is a good way to polarize people. You know, she's breaking off, and Mo made some excellent points. And I like to say, and we talked about this behind the scenes, but when we talk about these terms, you know, the J's, so to speak, I get where people are going with that. And I don't, and the secular world is not really revealing anything biblical. So they want you to conflate things. And yes, the Bible does talk about what happens in the Middle East, but I see that those general group of people as Satanists. Now you brought up the Kabbalah, the Talmud, and all this stuff. So, you know, they're disguising themselves. Or, you know, the Bible always says Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. And if you look at what happened in the RNC, you know, they promoted Amber Rose, and coincidentally, CANDACE Owens did an interview with her, right? And this whole rebranding and disguising of people who are very degenerate. And I'm not opposed to people coming to Christ through repentance, but let's be real. If you're still actively engaging in Hollywood, you're still satanic. It's just what it is. If you really are born again, you come out of that. You can't be born again while still, and I'm not saying it's easy to do that, but there's one thing you can't say that, hey, these people over here are doing demonic rituals, but I'm still want to engage in it. We saw what happened with Kanye, who she also interviewed recently. Kanye disguised himself as though he was of the faith. And what happened was, you know, and his excuse was, okay, I have family issues. So now I'm questioning, I got a problem with Jesus. And now I'm God because I'm controlling it. In his own words, it's not Jesus. And we can go into these clips. I mean, this is not stuff we're making up. This is when Day sent me this clip, I was blown away. You know, I was literally blown away because I knew it was bad, but it's even worse than I thought. And you think it's a coincidence that all these people are her target interviews, these people who the world has rebranded. Focus on the word rebranded. Amber Rose, rebranded. Andrew Tate, rebranded. Kanye West, rebranded. Not necessarily reflecting some born again change in these people, but just, you know, putting them in a secular paradigm of this is a standard of people who are righteous now. Like, it doesn't make any sense because, y'all go ahead, man, because I can go all day.
I really like this question Mo had brought up, because this is something me and Hulk have been wrestling with. This idea of, if she is controlled opposition, I like to play with the idea of indirect controlled opposition, in that she's not necessarily aware of how she's being controlled or being used. That's a possibility for me, but let's just say she is fully controlled and is aware of it and is literally playing some type of agent role, provocateur. Who is controlling her and for what, right? I love this question because it's a tough one, and the easy answer will be the J's, but I know it's more multifaceted than that. but I do think there's something there, right? I do believe that uh, a big part of what we're seeing here, this JQ
Mhm.
revelation left and right, is, in my view, a part of the op. It's I look at it as a type of I call it hate baiting, right? So if you want a protected class, right, like an untouchable protected class, there has to be an environment of danger. You have to make them vulnerable such that the let's say policies or or what have you brought out into the public to protect this class has to be rational and it has to be justified. And you can justify and rationalize certain what we would consider irrational policies. You can justify these and rationalize them if you get enough people causing violence or hatred towards this group, right? So for me, it's like almost a honeypot. People are being baited to hate. Not to say that there aren't significant truths here. We've been talking about these truths for years regarding the JQ. I mean, it's obvious. I could go down the line. I call it the managerial class. You guys know I've always taught this. It's very clear what's going on with this certain demographic. But the point is, it's interesting how all of a sudden it's okay to come out with these things. And I do think it's also related to the situation in Gaza, right? It's part of the dialectic. Because if you look at the Democratic Party or the left, it's extremely what they would call anti-Semitic at this point. I believe this is by design. So when I hear Candace Owens talking all of this nonsense, that's not anything new, you know what I'm saying? But it's all of a sudden okay, and she's plastered all over the place saying these things. I mean, to me, it's clearly part of something much bigger. And actually, I think she's playing a role, whether she's aware of it or not. She's playing a role that's hate baiting a lot of people to bring some new type of, let's say, draconian orders. I know a lot of people talk about the Noahide laws.
Mhm.
There's a whole lot of levels to that, but I think this is part of something huge, something very very big. And her saying what she's saying means nothing at this point. Like, it really doesn't. It's because it's part of something. It's there's a solution to this problem, we'll say.
Yeah, and like you said, what I wrestle with the most, right, is when people say everybody in politics, celebrities are Satanists, are doing sacrifices and occult practices. And you know, and you're admitting that the game is rigged all through Freemasonry, Jesuits, Rothschild, whatever term you want to use, Illuminati, however, it doesn't even matter at this point. It's all the same thing. But when you say, "Hey, I'm gonna expose all of this," but you still bring your purpose to be promoted is because you're still bringing people into that satanic paradigm. You're still bringing people. You're still saying, "Hey, I know all these politicians are puppets of a larger thing, but I still want you to vote for this puppet." And outside the lip service, ear tickling, in hopes that you believe that this puppet and their deception is somehow going to benefit you. That's the part I wrestle with the most, because you can't talk outside both sides of your mouth. You can't say, man, it's all corrupt, and then we see, Brother Mo brought up an excellent picture, the Freemason signs. Then we got the connections with the families. I mean, we can't ignore this stuff. We just can't. Because if you're going to be you make an informed decision about someone's character, you're looking at all the variables. That's why it took me a long time. And even now, like Dave said, this could be indirect, but we don't know, because wealth and fame and status is always temptation that evil uses to draw people. So even if she was just led by her own desire to be famous and wealth, but she claims she's not, that's still the carrot that they're dangling to get her to be a useful puppet, if that's the case. Of course, I'm just putting things out there. I'm not saying anything for sure, but I'm not going to believe. Even the Bible says, believe not every spirit, but test them to see if they're from God. You don't just believe people at face value, especially if what they're representing doesn't reflect the tenets of their worldview. And here she is claiming to be a Christian, biblically born again, but yet having fellowship with evil works of darkness, and claiming to expose them while engaging in active fellowship. I'm like Days, did you want to get on Tate, or you want to her
I
Tate?
I definitely want to, like, that will be the next segment,
Okay,
the
okay,
Tate situation. But let's kind of wrap up this JQ scenario.
okay.
Just at least put some of our main points out there. You want to follow up on that, Mo?
I just want to, yes, it's a good segue because I want to follow up on the money.
Yes.
Now people might say I'm a shield or whatever. I never thought the JQ ran the world for one simple reason. They have to ask for money. They have to ask for, when you run the world, you don't have to ask for money. I'm going to give you some numbers. Since 1976, they have been the largest annual recipient of U.S. foreign aid. In 2023 alone, they got $130 billion. That was 1/5 of their defense fund. This is all about money. But that's on the, what they say, the exoteric level. But
Yes.
on the esoteric level, this is about blood sacrifice.
I think that's what's happening in Gaza. Yeah.
Everywhere. There always has to be a steady stream of blood. How do you get the blood? You get it through war. How do you get war? Fear. Fear this side. Fear the Muslims. Fear the Jays. Fear, you know what I'm saying? Fear the black people. Fear the people coming across the border. Fear. And that's what the media does. And now I'm going to say it like this. Do Candace believe what she actually saying? I think she does. Because people are easily manipulated. If you ever listen to her talk, she says, when I read this book and when I read that book, who's giving her these books?
Right.
This is all new. This is all, you can be surprised how you can control somebody with giving them certain information in a certain way that they'll have you believing a narrative. And that's why, like, here we present all sides of it and we leave it up to you to believe what the listener wants to believe and walk away with it. We don't come with a finely tuned narrative and drop breadcrumbs to lead you where we want you to go. But
Right.
no, do I think the JQ run the world? No, you don't have to ask for the things they have to ask for and be told to chill out when it's time to chill out. America controls their policy. When they say stand down, they stand down. And who gave them that land in the first place? When you run the world, people don't give you things. You take them. You know what I'm saying? You establish them. So I just want to make that clear that Days, one thing I want to ask you to do is just show that picture that I sent you.
I got it up right now. Why are you speaking?
Yeah, because I want to show you this is where your fear gets you. That you pull your money out your pocket and you give it away freely, and it flows through this whole system right here. And if people want to know where I got this is from the Nation's article called "When a Bomb Explodes, Someone Profits," and it's basically how it goes. And this is just notice when we left one place, we go another, Ukraine. Then we go to, you know what I'm saying, our land. You know what I'm saying? It's always a steady flow of money and blood. This is what these people operate in.
I agree with that last statement, but I'm definitely going to have to push back a little bit. I just have to be completely thorough on my perspective on this, and I see where you're coming from, and I think a lot of what you're saying is true, but it's for me it's a perspective difference. Okay, so when I look at geopolitics, what we think we know of geopolitics, when I look at governmental infrastructure, I look at these things as proxy systems, right, that are prepared in such a way that they provide a paradigm and worldview through which the general population sees reality. But my view is these things don't represent what's actually happening. I'll give an example. Warfare, right? What we think happens in warfare isn't actually happening. How it works, what the history books say, what the government tells us, what the news informs us about. This isn't how any of this stuff happens. As far as like I'm concerned, and this is just my view, and I'm always up for a different position. When I hear pundits and like political people talking about geopolitics, I just literally don't pay any attention because, from my view, they don't really know what they're talking about because they're taking information from intelligence agencies that are running infiltration and all types of interference. And basically what's really happening internationally and geopolitically is never going to get into the hands and minds and eyes of regular people. So it's like a type of Masonic layering, an onion, right? We're only getting like the outside layer onions of what's going on. Okay. Now, what I mean by this warfare, what we think is happening with certain wars is just this paradigm of war, this worldview of war that we've been given through our economies, our markets, and our institutions and industries. My position is that the institutions, markets, and industries are designed in a way that are meant to keep people completely and thoroughly confused about how anything actually works. So my view there is, when we talk about money and systems, not to say these things aren't legitimate in that they actually they have real function with real outcomes and real effects on real people, like death, for instance. So your point about blood and money is very spot on. But the way that blood and money actually works, I don't believe we have access to. Okay. So it's hard for
me.
me.
Expound on that. I think I'm following you, and I agree with you.
I am right now. So, and this is why I believe, for me, it's hard to say that a certain group isn't controlling the world, because I'm not sure if that's the case if I'm only getting my understanding from these systems that I see or that I read about. Right now, let me go further with why I believe, why I can't say this group doesn't in some fashion run things. Well, what I'll look at, and again, this is part of the paradigm, right? They could misinform and disinform us on how these things work, right? But if I look around, I see what I call full spectrum dominance, right? So if I look at international technological economic superiority as a concept, I see certain demographics controlling those economies, those technologies, and the infrastructure. Let me give you a point here. If you go into any biotechnology corporation on the earth, anyone, there is literally an IDF department. Okay. If you go to any sophisticated or respected artificial intelligence agency or corporation, software development, there is always a type of, IDF connection. Right. There is what you will find, anything in technology, biotechnology specifically, as well as artificial intelligence. There's always this Israel arm having control, management. That's why I call it the managerial class. I think it's impossible, this concept of who runs the world. I don't even like speaking like that because it's a bit too, it's too, it's, what's the term? It's
like abstract about
it's way too abstract. Okay, it's nebulous, right? So
but that's the narrative, though. I'm pushing it back against the narrative of they run the world.
I see what you're doing, and I agree with you there, because it's kind of like it's a bait. You want to bait people to like hate. Oh, it's this group, they're doing everything. But when you actually look at the infrastructure, things that run the world, money and technology, and there is a certain group that's managing those massive international systems, and that cannot ever be denied. So if we're just looking at the systems that do run the world, money and technology, you see who's running those industries, right? So it's like,
this is where it gets fun. I'm gonna push back against what you're saying just for a second. That's just like saying in the NFL, if you have all black head coaches and general managers, right? And you say, well, black people must run the NFL. They're making all the the decisions. They're in the managerial positions. Who's the owners? That's what I'm looking at. Like, whose money are they managing? Whose company are they managing? Who's the major shareholders of these companies? It's one thing if you let me count your money, but it's still my money. You follow what I'm saying? Like, that's And and let me just share where I'm coming from at. If you look at America, the history of America, they've always put up, just like now, we're having an argument of if the president is a black job or not now. Because we had one black president and we have an opportunity of having a maybe black woman being a president. You see how narratives are shaped? And then they'll sit back and be like, and behind the scenes, like, oh yeah, they're running the show, DEI. I'm just showing you, this is my parent, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. But two things to say that Jay's, that's saying all of them, every single, you know what I'm saying? Which is like you said, that's a trap in itself. And then two, real power never shows itself. They'll tell you the Queen of England is just, she's just ceremonial.
There it is.
Right? But every time I see somebody talk to her, they can't touch her. Like, make that make sense. You follow what I'm saying? Well, she's dead now. I'm just saying, but why do these people still have power? And this goes back, who did Candace represent?
Yes. What
family did she marry into, and who can blow the whistle and say, hey, knock it like a parent. You know what I'm saying? When and this is why I call it the system of white supremacy. Some people call it Western supremacy. Some people call it the global North, or whatever talking point you want to say. But when they stand up and blow the whistle and say, hey, y'all over there, knock it off. It's like your parent. You know what I'm saying? That's who I say got the power. Because as soon as they say knock it off, because I say this and make my last point. Who can sanction who? I ain't never seen America be sanctioned. Ain't nobody ever put no sanction on America. And we know this is a one world government, but they have preferential treatment of who runs the show. And I'm just saying, who's sanctioning who? Who freezes who money willy nilly? Who comes and said that this ain't right, that ain't right? That's I'll land my plane on that point. I just want to make sure we clear that. I understand. I take your point and it's valid. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to refine my point and where I'm coming from.
And let me try to refine mine a little bit too. And your last point is interesting because that's a huge debate, right? Because then people could come from the other angle and say, well, look where all of our tax money is going. Look what we're allowing to come in and culturally defile our entire nation. Look what happened with Project Paperclip. Look what happened with the Frankfurt School. I mean, there's just history of this to kind of argue the other direction. That's why I believe it's all the same thing. America is not what we've thought it to be. In fact, it's from my perspective, it's really a petri dish. It's a type of testing ground. It's a social engineering project, that's controlled by international powers. But of course, I always have to consider the tribal element of things because they control technology and they control economies internationally. But what you're saying is true in that who's controlling, well, let me say this. We have to also think above money, right? We have to think above economies. Right. We have to think above these systems, because I believe society and the earth is controlled by industrial systems based on money, based on technology, etc. But there's a whole realm of activity above that. That's the question mark. That's, I think, what you're speaking to, and I agree. We're never going to know those like shadow players, right?
And just the one final point, so we'll make this a conversation between me and you. I asked, who controls the weapons? You can have all the technology you want. You can, even with Elon, you know how they got him boxed out? Rockets, internet, you know what I'm saying? But he can't get in that realm of making weapons. That's the ultimate realm.
You don't think if he was interested? You don't think if he was interested in that, he wouldn't be able to? I mean, because he's
because
in space.
That's a good old boys club. That's a good old boys club, and he's South African. You know what I'm saying? Like because I'll just challenge people to go and look into this thing called the Yankee and Cowboy Wars, and how the Cowboys are the people that went on the Western frontier against the New England aristocracy of America, which had ties to Europe, and they actually control the Cowboys actually control the military industrial complex. And notice where we spent all our money at, defense. That's our big, that's when you look at that picture you have on the screen, that's what keeps the whole machine running, is we're going to bring good jobs to your state. or your town or your, you know what I'm saying, your county. What is that job building?
You
What is
don't
that
th-
job supporting?
you,
Shoelaces, boots, you know,
you don't
canteens,
you don't
whatever. Go ahead.
you don't think like what we're experiencing warfare wise is just a continuation of what we saw during World War II as far as the people behind it? You think
Yeah,
it's like some new type of faction or something? I'm just asking.
No, I think it's the same. I think it's the same faction. If you notice, who actually won that war? When you really look at who won, what ideology, you know what I'm saying? Let's not get too spicy, but what ideology was imported to America? They was like, y'all was doing it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was too aggressive with the goose stepping and and all that. But the ideology, MK Ultra, you know what I'm saying, the space program, all these things, what was imported? What ideology was reported? And you got to look at people like Henry Ford and H.L. Hunt and these people like this. They were hugely against the J community.
You
can we
don't you
agree
don't think
that?
they were like I look at that whole thing as a part of a op, just like the civil rights movement was controlled as well, right? I mean, that's how I look at a lot of that.
Yeah, it could be. That's what I'm saying. Like, but that you're right. But we will never know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I just say who, like you say, how you just like to say, who has their finger on the button? Who builds the thing that had, you know what I'm saying, that the button controls?
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
know, everything else doesn't matter. Like to me, you know what I'm saying. That's what I mean. And like I said, we might be arguing, you know what I'm saying, like which team is the best in the NFL when they all win at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's the point we're at. But yeah, I just think that arms and blood, because I understand what blood means. You know what I'm saying? On the Christian standpoint, you know what I'm saying? Bloodletting is needed to keep this whole thing going.
Y'all made me think of a very abstract view. If you think about who benefits no matter what side wins, you know, like when you think about war, we're told in this paradigm that the enemies are who we're being told. But when you look at it from a macro level, the enemy of all wars are always the people against collective government. And it's like I like to look at this stuff as very abstract because even wars, there are people who exist outside of the war, who exist outside the banks, who exist outside the governments. You know, these are just tools of social engineering to give us this illusion of what we think is going on, to deflect from what's really happening and how we're being orchestrated, you know, from a long time into this current one world kind of governing society. This has been, I think, through multi civilizations. I mean, I saw something that you can trace back to ancient Babylon where, you know, and this is really abstract, but basically structures have always been set up to have people, you know, serve these entities that are basically all representatives of the same thing, all moving towards galvanizing people to worship Satan, the beast, or whatever, through the world. Because the world is the conduit where people worship, you know, the God of the world. You know, so it's like even in the left-right paradigm, right? Let's just say they orchestrated all the chaos and division and socially engineered everything. Like we know they do. Well, no matter what side you're on, the left and the right, they're getting you to buy into the world to solve a spiritual problem. So everybody's looking in the wrong direction, no matter which extreme of the wrong direction you're on. If you're left, you're right. And even if you look at the left-right paradigm, think about the world as collective. Just like left and right paradigm are two sides of the same system, so are different quote unquote sovereign nations. You know, this illusion that, oh, China is against US and Russia, and that sounds good to our level, right? But we all know that all these leaders come from the WEF. You know, they are all puppets of the young global leaders who have been placed in position to galvanize us emotionally to hate everyone, you know, based on how we're programmed to hate through some kind of emotion that we need their narratives to establish reality for us. We can't think for ourselves. We can't think outside of their narratives, outside of their official paradigms. They only want us to think within what they say, and therefore we're removing ourselves from spiritual awareness, where we're looking at our sin, because a lot of people are deceived by pride, vanity, greed, and they play into this stuff because it benefits their flesh. Like, let's not pretend like people are not saying and going along with whatever narrative because it's profitable, it's fun, it makes them wealthy, it gives them identity when they're empty. A lot of people in the secular worldview, or they don't have no reason to live outside of playing into one of the deceptions, and it gives them this sense of false identity. Just like everything is digital now, and what happens on the digital realm? They get to completely control ontology. They distort everything. They redefine terms. They rewrite history, and all digital, because no one's actually opening a book from a long time ago where you can actually make a good comparison, an informed comparison about things, see contradictions. Now they can rewrite things in real time because people don't want to engage in the real world. But, I just wanted to throw that abstract out there.
I think I got some ammunition now, guys. Y'all done brought up some great points. So like Hook was saying, and Days touched on about the who runs the world. We understand Scripture gives us the inside ticket on that. And when Days brought up the meaning of these wars, how it's obfuscated many times. I was thinking about how the Russia-Ukraine war, how a big motivating factor behind that is Catholicism versus Orthodoxy, and that ancient fight they've had since Constantinople, the fall of Constantinople, and how these things still linger and have huge implications today. A lot of bloodshed, like Mo was saying, behind these things. I totally concur with Mo regarding that money trail. That's one of the things I always would think about when people do scapegoat the people that we're referring to as JQ. I was watching a channel that had to do with money, and I think it was kosher money or something like that. So you get the angle. And the guy was asking an older lady in his neighborhood, his community up in New York, about money and things like that. And she just mentioned how it's not the same place. America is not the same place for her people like in the past. And, we see with the Palestinian, pro-Palestine protests at the universities and the different fallout from that. And the people in that community, they can see that. They can see that the sea is changing, like Mo said earlier about how the sentiment towards their community is changing, and they understand that. And so what I was wanting to get into, when we were looking at Candace Owens' husband and British connection and things like that, the thing that piqued my interest in that when I saw that connection was ideologies like British Israelism. Okay, so for those that don't know what that is,
yes.
Yeah, so for those that are not familiar, you could think about it as, okay, the brothers on the corner with the Mortal Kombat uniforms, the Hebrew Israelite, and they saying that they're the people. Okay, not to bemoan them or put them down. I'm just saying that's what they say. They say they're the true Jews. All right. Well, you have a different take on that was before the Hebrew Israelite movement, known as British Israelism. Now, these were essentially white people that were saying they're the true Jews. If you heard of the things like the that Dan Brown novel that was turned into a movie about Jesus coming into Europe, having family, all this movement from Western Asia to Europe, this is what gave birth to British Israelism. Them saying, hey, in Europe, this is where the tribes went to. We are the true, we claim that right. Okay, so that's a very strong thing. Of course, in Britain, it infected other parts of Europe, and it touches our country through things like Christian identity. Okay, linking up with the Ku Klux Klans and the Nazis that came over after World War II. All right. All these things coalescing into You bring in the charismatic movement, the Pentecostals, certain people that were really influential in that come right out of these types of views. And now we have something called the NAR, the New Apostolic Reformation. These people, if you've heard about dominionism, they want to get into power and art, Hollywood. They want to take over Hollywood. They want to take over banking. They want to take over politics. These are some of the groups that Trump and in the Republican Party cater to. So these types of things are deep, and I think that Israel is they're being used in a sense, and the demonic aspect of it. I mean, that's just that goes back to who's running things, the ruler, the God of this world. So anyone that taps into that, whether they are from West Asia or North America or Europe or Africa or wherever, they're getting the, I guess you could say, they're in the driver's seat as far as human things go, because they're tapping into that source.
There we go. I agree. That's well said.
So that's pretty much it, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah. Wow, that was a great breakdown there. I really like how you brought up the what is it? The British. What is that called?
British Israelism.
British Israelism. Yes, man. That's a really interesting point. So, are you tying that to the farmer family, possibly?
Well, I'm not really sure of the connections in particular with that family. I was just, when the information that you presented, speaking about the support that Britain and the United States have for Israel, how Britain was fundamental in the creation of the state as a political entity. I'm saying that things like British Israelism are in the background.
Gotcha.
And they're using the people from that region as scapegoats, because if you think about it, they think that land is actually their land, not the J people. They think the J people they
think they're the fake Jays, yeah.
Right. So it wasn't that they were carving out some land for them. They were carving out some land for themselves, their own birthright in their mind.
Interesting. It's a fascinating debate, really, when we talk about these massive powers, Western powers, America, Israel, and Britain, right? Who's really controlling who? And I hear different views from different people, and Mo has pretty much come out and made a decent argument about the states being kind of at the head. And then there's people who say the crown is the head. It's an interesting debate. You guys know my view. For me, it seems like everything is, Mount Sinai, and it comes down from there. I look at it that way because America being such a young nation and really being just a massive corporation for international interests, and I don't see any governmental allegiance or real loyalty to anything quote unquote American, especially the people. But yeah, what's up, brother Theo? Brother Theo's in the house. Good to see you, man.
What's going on, brother Theo?
So good to be here with y'all, your distinguished gentlemen. Sorry I'm late.
Can you turn yourself up just a little bit if possible?
Well,
or are you up at full volume?
1 2 1 2. How's that?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you all for having me here, Brother Mo, Spiritual Logic, and the Battle Don, and Brother Days. It's my pleasure. Just a couple of things. I caught all of what Battle Don just said, and all of what Spiritual Logic had just finished saying prior to Battle Don, and I caught the end of what MOE FACTZ was saying. And I just want to add my 2 cents on what my first impression was when CANDACE Owens was brought into my algorithms. And I say it like that because she's not someone whose opinion I went looking for. She's not someone whose opinion I'm especially interested in. She's not someone who when I hear her voice, I don't hear the voice of experience that tends to cause for my ear to perk up and make me listen. I hear the voice of someone who is regurgitating talking points and political talking points that are fed to them or that have been fed to them through their formal education or through their political education. But it's obvious that it's all about polarization. And what I think about when I first think about my first impression of her is an old expression that the old folks used to say, make my name taste like sugar in your mouth, as opposed to making my name taste like something else that starts with a SH sound in your mouth. And the first time that I would hear her name, it would be from people who didn't make her name sound like it tastes like sugar in their mouth. And when you say a person's name a certain way, like for instance, my mother didn't do it, but some mothers can poison the child by the way that they say, your daddy did say, your daddy, versus, oh, your dad or your father. And so there was something in the way that every time I heard, say, a Charlemagne or Willie D or someone representing the liberal talking points say her name, it would always be with such disdain. It was almost like I felt I was being programmed to not like her or to put her in a particular box. It's all about monetizing that which is polarizing. People tend to care about her for one of two reasons. They're really with what she says or they're really against what she says. And in this climate, that can be useful. It's useful for a lot of reasons, but I think the more clandestine reasons are what we need to possibly be exploring. Why are they allowing for her opinion to be so polarizing when she doesn't have, I don't think it's a meritorious thing. I don't know, when Jamel Hill's opinions would be polarizing, I felt that was more organic. There's something about this that I feel cajoled into having to have an opinion about what she says. I feel as if she's being put out there for people to, you either love her or you hate her. And I don't think she's sophisticated enough or experienced enough to be fully aware of that. I think she's being, duped herself. Unlike maybe a Tommy Sotomayor or some of these other folks that maybe she's been unfairly compared to. I think she is sincere. I think she's sincerely about her money, and she's sincerely about being accepted on a side where she can be a novelty. And that's something that the conservatives have been looking for, for some years. I've been around long enough to remember these types of characters coming and going. She seems to have a certain staying power that makes me very suspicious, like I heard Mo saying that she's like a plant, someone who the powers that be have propped up, again, maybe unbeknownst to her, but they've propped her up to be their litmus test, to see how many people are falling on this side of an issue, or more specifically, how many Black people are falling on this particular side of an issue versus that particular side of an issue. Because I don't know that her opinion is especially valued to the Fox News crowd, or to quote unquote white America in general, whatever a person thinks that to be. She's obviously marketed or promoted on shows like The Breakfast Club and other places where they know she's going to get Black attention, quote unquote, so to speak. So she's kind of a boule puppet type of deal, I believe, to help to craft this new Black conservatism that's relatively new, but it's growing now, and it's really growing to the point of where it could be out of control if they didn't have the proper puppets in place to kind of guide that growth in the way that they want it to go. They're always creating this left and right paradigm, or a black and white paradigm, which erases people's ability to discern nuance. So there's not a lot of nuance in her opinions from again, what I've heard. There's always these polarizing, she's on one side or the other side. And unfortunately, a lot of the people, a lot of the viewers today, folks that view the news and the current events, they tend to be thinking along those lines, very polarized. It's, either you're a good guy or you're a bad guy, or you're on the black side or the white side, or you're on the left side or the right side. And she's a perfect puppet for a time such as this, where people are not dealing with nuance or the subtle gray area of things. People want to hear the opinion that causes knee-jerk reactions, whether it's a positive one or a negative one.
Absolutely. Very well said. I want to get into this clip, man, because as we get into this very hypocritical kind of scenario with her and Andrew Tate, I think it might shed some light on some of the points you brought up, Brother Theo, in that she doesn't seem to be on the up and up, or possibly there's something she's trying to hide. There has to be a reason she's backing Andrew Tate as such, because it totally contradicts her whole message. And I think it could possibly relate to some of the things you're bringing up here. I thought I pulled the clip, but it's not here. So I'm going to try to find it. And in the meantime, someone chime in and follow up there.
Now, if I could, I did want to just add on to what the Battle Don had said about the British imperialism, which is very key. We've never had a person of political power who was not pro-British Israel, whether they're representing the left or the right. I think that's very interesting. Both conservatives and liberals bow down to this idea of British imperialism, or to Zionism, one or the other. But if you want to know more, for any of the listeners who want to know more about British imperialism, the best documentary that I have ever seen on it that really made it easy to understand for me was one put out by this documentary company. They had a lot of DVDs in the late 90s, early 2000s, but they're called Amen Stop Productions, AMEN Stop Productions. It's on YouTube, and it was called Monkey Blood. And it goes into the establishment of Israel, the British involvement in it, why they make that claim, and how all of that relates to the Vikings and Denmark and all of that. So that really did a great breakdown of that, because it's really an interesting and convoluted story, but they did a good job at summarizing it. But that's all I wanted to say on that.
Anybody else wanted to chime in?
I was going to follow. Oh,
no, you go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on what Brother Theo was saying, and that the image of black people are changing, and we're at a divide right now. That I lived through the '94 crime bill. I lived in the early '90s. You know what I'm saying, as a young teenager, and you remember the show Rock on television with Charles S. Dutton.
Yeah,
I think black people are naturally going saying we need to do something about the crime. We need to do something about our image. And I think Candace Owens could be a very problematic person with that kind of thinking, because like Brother Theo was saying, she can be an extremist. This is how we got in the '94 crime bill in the first place. People said we need to do something. And as always, this system of has a way of being heavy-handed with us. Let's just be honest. And I think she can usher in that kind of heavy-handed acceptance of mass incarceration 2.0, crime bill 2.0, because she has the ear of a sizable amount of black professional women. You just got to, I read comments and I just see where they're coming from. And a lot of black people are tired, rightfully so, but the solution they give us is never the solution. It's kind of like a Faustian deal. So I wanted to pitch in on that, because he brought up a great point about how she presents things. I just want to let people be aware of not only international policy but domestic policy. She could be problematic because she has the ear of certain people right now.
I'm sorry I missed it, but has any one of you brothers broke down how did she get that ear?
Well, she's right. I mean, in the sense of crime needs to go down, right? I mean, it's kind of like a broken clock is right twice a day.
Twice a day. Why did she get to shine? What can somebody tell me? Like, what was her moment where like she got everybody? Oh wow, Candace Owens. Let's pay attention to her. Can somebody fill me in on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure from the very beginning. I just know that she came out of this kind of like, there was like a red pill, I hate the term, philosophy, MGTOW, where I guess men with conservative values were starting to speak up. That's why, everybody and initially when her and Ben Shapiro kind of were teamed up, because they were kind of fitting this whole thing about being logical and saying things that are objectively true against what is illogically being promoted. So I don't know exactly what, I think Mo might have more.
Well, it was when she got on Daily Wire. That's what really boosted her career.
Yeah.
So she started off as like a kind of out of left field political pundit on internet in 2016, and she was going by this name Red Pill Black. And it was very controversial because she was young, she was black, and she was a female, but she had like very conservative right-wing types of talking points. But really, they were just kind of like regurgitated Fox News talking points. But it was the fact that she was a young black woman that was just striking. And I think Mo had probably the best explanation for a lot of her success is the confluence of an attractive appearance, very articulate, very clean, and almost what's the term? Modest looking, very professional.
Attractive
Go ahead.
while being modest. Attractive while being modest. She's not your typical. And I hate to say this, the image that's pushed by the mass media of black women with body parts hanging out, everything like that. She's the kind of girl you bring home to mom. So that's what gave her, a certain credibility. And I just want to add one more point. The Kanye cosign. I mean, like, it was one time when anything Kanye touched, it became a thing.
Good point.
And when he was like, I've been talking to Candace Owens, that is what breached that, like Colt was saying. She, inside the red pill community, she had got gained popularity, but that's what brought her to the mainstream.
That made her famous. Yes, good one. Yeah, when they wore the man, I did a show on that too. The White Lives Matter shirt op, that photo op. That's what you're talking about, Mo?
No, actually, when he went on that rant of America is a new day, America, and then they threw him in the crazy house after that, right after that. When he was like first starting to wear the red hat.
Yes, and he went and visited Trump and all that.
It was it was then that I think she even went with him to the White House. Yeah, she like coached him up before he went to the White House when he was talking to Trump in the Oval Office. Oh. So she's been around since then.
Yes, and how can I forget? Okay, so the Red Pill Black, she was really still pretty unknown there. It was more like YouTube level kind of political circles, but what really did it was Blexit, right?
Yeah.
That's what really launched her. Blexit. Yes, that's it. And then and right after because that's how Kanye West even got word of her, was the whole Blexit controversy of black people going conservative.
Yep, that was it.
Well, and Blexit was running parallel to ADOS at the same. I mean, because I was out in the YouTube streets at this time. When people were like, we need to start giving our vote away to the Democratic Party, she kind of rolled that wave into Blexit. And like, instead of saying we need something tangible for our votes, what ADOS was saying, she's like, we need to just go to the Republican Party and leave the Democratic plantation. That was like the talking point. And the fact that, like Brother Theo, like I said before you got on, she enjoys trolling she enjoys the combat and the conflict and the going back and forth. She thrives in that. And I think that's what separated her from your typical
debate,
academic
kind of debates. Yeah, she liked to debate like leftists and all that kind of rhetoric that Ben Shapiro was doing. They were debating leftists, and she was coming off as so logical against such an extreme side. And do y'all think that it's interesting that she always started, like, she was always an engine of the politics, of the selection process. She never really had a mind from that was popular outside of advocating the secular political system. I just think
she was MAGA. She was just a MAGA head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's the part that, to me, like, I get people who just understand what's going on and can speak on politics objectively. But to me, she always was a tool to promote secular politics. And so to me, just speaking for me, it always watered down the sincerity of her message once you aligned it with the corruption of politics. Like, you can say something that's really true, right? But we know that the world promotes deception. They want y'all brought up the Huxleyan and all this stuff that y'all talked about. It's all, kind of a deception. It sounds good, it's lip service, ear tickling, but really it just gets people emotionally polarized to turn over authority and thinking to government and remove it from, acknowledging ourselves towards God. And it's kind of like, that's the largest paradigm. It's either I'm obeying God or I'm letting government dictate what is right and wrong. To me, you can only serve one master. And she might talk God, but she's always saying the master comes through the political system. And that's the kind of part that always kind of watered down. As good as her message may have sounded, it was watered down and distorted through politics.
Well, as a person that's only heard mostly clips and sound bites, I have not heard, I'm kind of processing things as y'all talking, and I'm thinking about things I've seen, and I haven't heard her say much at all about God. Most of the clips that I've seen, she doesn't mention, although I know that that's part of the conservative package, is to cosplay as Christian. But I haven't noticed her like quoting the script. Like, she does not have the sincerity of a person who has a word life and a prayer life. You know what I mean?
Agree.
But
I agree.
And it's interesting. Day says she started on YouTube. Now I'm really smelling some fish. This is okay. So she was a YouTuber.
She was just a YouTuber. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they sounds to me like they approached her at some point and then pulled her up to a higher tier.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she literally was on Daily Wire. I mean, that's a big position there.
That was huge. Yeah.
She came up. Go ahead, Mo.
Brother Theo, you was around when Chronicle of Judah 144 was around. And you're saying it was in that same era when he wasn't critical of Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing.
Okay. Okay.
That's how she kind of got injected into my algorithm. Cause like, I guess they pegged me as a black conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, let me feed you this in your algorithm. And like you said, she's a very logical person. I mean, it's like saying don't use drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's very logical. Yeah, we get it. Right. But the fact that she was a black woman in that space gave her novelty. And that's when the PragerU and the Talking Point USA and everybody wanted, I got a black woman that agree with us, and that's kind of what ramps her up.
Right.
Honestly, I always looked at her as like ripping off what Lauren Southern was trying to do. She took Lauren Southern's whole thing and just really excelled. And I always looked at her as a type of political grifter until she started to speak more truthfully about things. Not to say I changed my position on her, but I was like, okay, at least I do see some growth in her, which could symbolize a level of authenticity, right? Because she could just keep speaking the same old nonsense and keep her position at Daily Wire, but she didn't. She actually went left, or should we say further right, and started calling out all kinds of stuff. So she's, I don't know, interesting how she's turned into such a massive figure.
Yeah, for me,
I want to make one last point. I just want to make one last point that, Brother Theo, I don't think you heard it, that I think she wants to be the conservative Oprah. And And in saying that,
There it is.
I think that Tate is her Weinstein. And I'll just, maybe that's a segue for you, but go ahead, Don.
For me, like what was interesting, just looking, just not very deep into her background, just her, upbringing, since she was raised, from what I understand, by her grandparents, and not very notable or high upper class background. But as soon as pretty much she finished, I think she had to drop out of college. Something happened between finishing high school and those few years of college and not really finishing or something like that. She ends up in this private equity firm in New York, rises up the ranks to an executive type of admin position. And just a few years later, I'm talking about, from what I'm seeing, within about 3 years, then she's into marketing. And I'm just like, who did she meet to put her in certain positions? Because it doesn't seem like she was born with these sort of connections. And
marketing. She's marketing for real.
Yeah, she really did.
That is a very good point, Don. Continue that, man.
So yeah, I'm just like, who did she come across? Dealing with private equity, that's a lot of money in Manhattan, which is like the money capital of the country. Like, how did she get into those rooms not having that a sort of that Ivy League type of background, So I'm not gonna say that it wasn't partially on her. She seems to be a pretty intelligent woman, but definitely she was in the right place at the right time in her life. And I would just love to know who it was that kind of gave her the game on how this thing works.
Because that always comes out in the wash.
Now, do you guys know how she really got started as far as getting any type of attention, even prior to Red Pill Black? She created, what some people are calling a doxing website, where apparently she made it so people who have been, I think it was abused or raped, can find the people who assaulted them. But it's basically just a straight up doxing website, and she got some heat for that. Are any of you familiar with this history?
No, that's new to me.
All right, let me show you.
I was familiar. Yeah.
Okay, so you're aware of that. I have a clip on that. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's kind of long. I don't want to watch this whole thing, but it's just interesting history. Now, I mean, I don't know. It was a long time ago. She was young. People make mistakes, right?
So she's like the Me Too before Me Too?
Man. well, no, this was actually this was around the Me Too era, actually.
Oh, wow.
Because Me Too started in like 2017, was it? Right. So this actually might have been before Me Too, actually. Yeah. Let me see here. Let me pull it up just so we can just get some history here. I'm not like trying to use this to defame her or anything, because I know people make mistakes when they're young, and people change and stuff. But let me just play it for you here. And by the way, she was quickly on InfoWars. There's a clip of her here on Alex Jones, so that's always a red flag for me. Whenever I see somebody on Alex Jones, that's just like a red flag for me. So I'm just putting that out there. Let's watch.
Hey guys, so this has been a really crazy week, and I wanted to loop you guys all on what has been going on. Long story short, on Monday of this week, a deep web rumor got started, essentially calling me a government plant and saying that I was creating a site that was going to dox and put out personal information.
Hey guys, it is Candace Owens, the founder of socialautopsy.com.
Introducing Social Autopsy, the first ever search database that compiles and allows the public to easily access the digital footprint of individuals and companies.
I'm sorry, anybody who thinks this kind of technology is okay is kind of crazy. Like, I don't care what's the purpose of it. This is extremely invasive, and I couldn't imagine someone wanting to release this because you're putting so many people in the line of fire and potential danger. Wouldn't you guys agree? I mean, all you got to do is put somebody's information and you can find out where they live, like everything. And I know this kind of stuff already exists.
I definitely agree. And I see it as possibly playing into this whole removal of privacy and creating this digital database on everyone. You know, like it all plays into that. I mean, that's the whole concept. Is like, we don't need no anonymity. Everybody needs to be, you know, tagged and traced and chipped and tracked because of fear. And this is
crazy how she started out this way. Like, damn, you come out the gate with like identity trackers, man. What?
That's crazy. And it just goes to show you that, you know, maybe things are not as coincidental as we think. Like, for a minute, I thought that, or maybe organically, she could have just been a person on the internet, and then maybe like Theo said, somebody approached her. Because we know they do approach you. If you garner enough attention and you're useful for whatever they want to promote, they will approach you. You know, that's, even if you're talented, no matter what you do, if you do it well enough, someone's going to approach you, and it's going to be shady. And a lot of people, it's hard to turn down the money. You know, it's hard to turn down the fame if you're not grounded in your faith in Christ. But yeah, I think that's crazy because her infrastructure is towards what the larger goal of the world is right now. Put everything on the digital blockchain and have technology control our lives and all of this. And here she is. That's her beginning.
That's how this is how she came out. Like, this put her on the map.
Let me
That's
show
really
you how
suspicious,
it works.
man. I mean, like I said, I hate the worst thing I do is assume the worst of anybody because I don't know them. And like, I want to give people the benefit of the doubt because we all had we all came out of sin and confusion and brokenness. So I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But once the stuff, time proves all things. We have to just look at that. Time proves whether you're moving towards Christ or whether you're proved that you're compromised. And we just looking at we just reviewing the evidence objectively here, and it's just not looking good.
Company or organization.
And I just want to make one point that you can be unknowingly unorganic. And let me explain what I mean. And that's why YouTube is probably one of the greatest apparatuses for pumping a plant, is that they can see something in you and put you on the fast track with the algorithm. And you think you're saying hot stuff. You know what I'm saying? You think you just look at my channel, it's growing. And the whole time they got a plan for you.
That's true. That's very true.
So I just want, because like when people say plant, it's kind of like when people say sports are rigged. You know, like, yeah, sports are manipulated and you know what I'm saying, moved around, but sometimes people go a little too far off the reservation when they talk about, did you see the score was, you know what I'm saying, this and this and this, you know what I'm saying, this time more. I'm like, it's not that controlled. And I think it's the same way with these content creators. They see something like, okay, this person has a lot of talent. Let's give her the green light. Let's give her the boost. And what that does, I believe it has the, what's the movie with Jim Carrey, The Truman Effect, that they actually believe what they're saying. If you keep them in the dark, or you keep somebody in the dark and you just keep feeding them, ideas, but they think the successes of their own, they're going to have an authentic feel to them. I think that may be the case with her, that they gave her the boost, the stimulus package, as some people call on YouTube, and then that gave her the platform to go to TPUSA, PragerU, then go over to Daily Wire, you know what I'm saying? And she honestly believes I'm doing the right thing, and it keeps her with this honest, natural appeal that people vibe to.
Yes. And to connect what you're saying from the beginning, they could have saw the image. Like you said, optics plays a huge role when it comes to
perfect with her.
Yeah, the optics just fit the identity politics, the social engineering, the cultural conditioning. She's the perfect segue to tie politics, celebrities, culture, all together through this modest, intellectually sounding woman. Now, I think, this is no disrespect, but when you play the trad con wife image, but you're the authoritative one speaking for your family, it's kind of paradoxical in some ways, I should say. I'm not saying that she couldn't do it, but it's just like we don't hear nothing about her husband outside of he's a wealthy British aristocrat that's probably connected to whatever.
We about to get into that after this clip. I'm gonna go right into that, and that's where things get really strange, especially the way she comes out like a lion, like protecting the Tates. It's kind of creepy. We'll get there in a minute, but I really like what Mo said. Very good point, and I think she's definitely got an algo boost. I think a lot of MAGA people got algo boost during the 2018-19 era. For y'all that remember that period, a lot of MAGA people got pushed, and as you notice, a lot of them disappeared once Biden came in. But she excelled. She continued on, and I think a lot of her star power had a lot to do with that. And I think that's the same thing they're doing with these streamers, man, like Kai Senat or whatever, and like this iShow Speed kid. I mean, they are pushing these guys. These algos are pumping these people in everyone's face. You can't turn on anything without getting a promotion from these guys, and Mr. Beast as well.
Can I just kind of
yeah,
add
please.
a little something? I really like where Mo was going, and it made me think about an old video I did, something along the lines of YouTube is used to find who the chosen are. YouTube has proven to be probably, like he said, the best farm for the intelligence agencies. The alphabet boys have long learned that you can't do things the old way. The most useful operative is an operative who believes what they are saying. They've come to that conclusion a long time ago. If you read the COINTEL now and read the room and just observe what's going on. When you see Kai Cenat and you see Mr. Beast and you see all of these guys and folks that's right next to them getting in trouble, the type of trouble that we used to only see entertainers get into when they were being made to pledge, or when they were being forced to pledge, or when they were going through their pledging process. You would hear these things about entertainers and we would all get the spidey senses going and we say, well, wait a minute, they're about to go up. They're going through their test. These things are happening to YouTubers, and it's happening in like it's happening within the same time period, which is making me think, well, yeah, they're recruiting these guys. They figured out that it's good to pull from the pot that people trust, and people have the misconception that YouTubers are all loose and rogue and cannot be controlled. And so if I were the intelligence community, that would be my favorite place to pull people from.
Yeah, one of the things going off with Brother Unplug'em just said that's similar to Hollywood, and it carries over to today's social media, the social media celebrities, is, the people's past, like people, the best people, I think, for these types of psyops are people that have the sort of past that situates them such a way that they're willing to do whatever it takes to have attention, to have clout, to be loved, and those sorts of things. So, looking at Candace, I don't know a ton about her background, but just what stood out to me off the top of my head was just being raised by her grandparents. Something was off there. Whenever somebody has to be raised by their grandparents, something is not on the up and up.
You're right. Mm-hmm. Quite often. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Like that type of background in a person, and giving rise to that need to feel like I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get where I want to get. you know, that's the best type of person to use because they'll do whatever it takes.
This is a very, very important point you're making here, and Brother Theo has done extensive work on this in the past, which is where I learned a lot of it. But this idea of Hollywood and the music industry and the entertainment industry specifically exploiting that fact, and what you will find is the majority of people in entertainment, especially actors and performance artists, tend to come from abusive families or suffered some type of abuse in childhood. And it's a fascinating thing to discover, and I think it's related to what you're saying, in that it's like the industry becomes a new family, right? And the fan base becomes this new place of love, you know, and support. And it gives the inner child of these broken individuals, it gives them meaning and purpose in life and value. Essentially, it gives them worth, right? Because a lot of these people that grow up in these broken homes and suffer abuse as children, they're suffering from this inner child that's broken, right? And there's this lack of self-worth. There's this underdeveloped self inherently, right? This inherent underdeveloped self that needs to mend itself or discover itself. And the industries, the fame, the drugs included, right, which is a type of numbing effect. And that's why you see a lot of these artists get into drugs and become addicts, whether it be to drugs or gambling or what have you. So yeah, man, I think you're spot on there. And there could be something there with Candace. I don't know her family dynamic, but that is usually something someone could at least assume. There was something going on with the parents, right? If the child ends up being raised by the grandmothers, and in our communities, that's a very common thing, very, very common thing.
Yes, indeed.
So it's something to consider. Very, very strong points there.
And then as common a thing as that is, it's especially common in the entertainment business or in the business of celebrity. And so if she's the type of celebrity that she appears to be, one that was kind of propped up and propelled, then it's possible that she did suffer under some sort of trauma-based mind control. And if that's so, the way that the Lord works, we're going to eventually see a video of her glitching or something along that lines to kind of give us some indication that we're barking up the right tree. But I do believe that when you reach that particular point that she's at, you have to be vetted in that way. You know, mind control is a form of vetting once you have these passionate individuals, because they want to use passionate patsies, but you still have to have a level of control over them. So they pick these people who come from these backgrounds of trauma-based mind control. Again, if that's the case with her, it would fit right in with the norm.
And
Brother Theo, I would like to say that I think she's on the other side of the equation. I think if anything, she would be the handler, not the handled. If you see how she relates to Kanye West, they got an interview of them together, and notice she's been behind his whole awakening, even to the White Lives Matter T-shirt. To, you know what I'm saying, like who's steering who on the JQ, and Kanye's speaking out. Is the tail wagging the dog? Because I watched that interview and I was like, for him to be a quote unquote billionaire top celebrity, she seems like she's in control. And this goes to what Hawk was saying, how she has a lead mentality. Mm-hmm. So I would say if in that scenario, she would be the handler, not the handled.
I agree. And I think both things are true, because quite often the handler, not even quite often, the handler has to be under the same control in the first place as the subject. The handler will be handled by someone else somebody has to control the handler. So
that's true. That's very true.
Usually the handler is also an MK Ultra victim, but just one under a particular tier or under a different umbrella.
Hierarchy,
so I'm certainly 100% with you on that. She seemed to be handling Kanye, but I also do believe that they've programmed her with that Jezebel, I'm the boss lady spirit, which they usually insert into those Metropolis Madam candidates. And that's what I think I really think that she's one. Now, she may be one that they've given a particular level of trust to allow to be a handler, but she does seem to check all the boxes.
I definitely would. I definitely believe that. And would y'all say, just speaking objectively, that the fact that everybody she's promoting is kind of exposing themselves, like the whole, like the inconsistencies in her promoting Amber Rose, Kanye, Tate, it's kind of like that might be a subtle revealing of her glitch, as you said.
It has to be, bro, because I don't know. I don't understand how anyone can take her seriously. I really don't at this point. After like promoting these people, it's so contradictory.
Especially what Days is going to show us about the Tate, about her talking about, you know, people who exploit women and how this is such a nefarious and, you know, terrible thing, which it is. But yet she's promoting a guy who made a lot of money in a profitable business off of doing that very same thing.
What? Oh, I was just gonna say, when Mo brought up her interactions with Kanye, to me, that's a little bit unfair, Mo, because Kanye is one of the most mentally unstable people around Hollywood, you know? So for her to be handling him, is like, anybody can do that. That man is broken.
Yeah, it might more just be
access
like,
too, though.
Yeah, exploitation opposed to handling, maybe.
In the access, like Mo said, the access. Not everybody can get access to celebrities. I mean, Candace has been around Donald Trump face to face. Like when you get face to face level with a president, you know, and you're a media personality, they won't let you get near unless you're useful, because the media distorts how we perceive reality. That's their main job.
True. And again, with that, to follow on that point, we really don't know what any of these people are really about, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like even with Kanye, you know, we've had tons of shows. Me and Theo have had tons of shows on the situation, and it's hard to really call. It looks like he's mentally unstable, MK Ultra, but it's really hard to know what's actually going on, you know?
Right.
That's the hard part. That's the hard part.
Right. You right. So let me say then, Mo, go thinking about what you said. Yeah, it is the access, because that goes back to her early years coming out of high school. She got access early on to certain rooms that, coming from her background, it just doesn't normally work like that. So yeah, something about her with the access. She knows how to get in the rooms somehow.
She's trusted for some reason.
That's the word I was looking for, Theo, that you hit it right on the head. Trusted. She's trusted with their assets, because these people are assets. Let's be very clear. And go to what Dave was saying about, like, even with Tate, if you look at Tate's background, he fits the stereotypical model of maybe an asset as well.
Yeah, especially after this clip we're going to look at, it more and more Tate looks to be like some type of asset. Like seriously, man, he's, especially when you consider the influence he's had on a lot of young men, and the influence he's had on the red pill movement, which is pretty much dead at this point, but it left a scar. We'll say that culturally for sure. But yeah, let's finish this clip up. I just want to show you guys this technology she came out with a while back, and then we're going to jump into the Tate clip, because that's where things get like really crazy.
This will return any number of profile hits, which can then be narrowed down by city and state. When you've located a user, you will be brought to their autopsy report, which will consist of real screenshots of words that they have shared across social media platforms.
So this is like a identity crawling database that just crawls the internet for all your footprints to kind of create an aggregate of your like posts and your identity online. It's just wild, man. She really made this.
And you can submit as many as you want here. The more, the merrier.
The website. Some user of what kind of
No qualms about it, and I'm referring to
what's going on.
Find you.
All right, so obviously all this is going on with Tria Logic, and I'm not a huge fan of her, so I'm not some shill for Tree.
Yeah.
But what's going on with that? Because like you're for liberty, you're for free speech.
Yeah,
and all that,
I'm glad you brought it up. It's good, because that was kind of the drama that was going on the last 24 hours.
She looked real nervous. She's real fidgety. You know what I mean? Like, she knows this was not a good idea. What was in her mind to think that this was even cool to begin with? It's just weird.
So I created a splash page, which is all that is that she is referring to. I can pull it down if it makes people more comfortable, but it's just a splash page of a non-functioning. It was never a website. It was an idea and a splash page. So yeah, I own what I did. I have no qualms about it, and I'm really happy you called in and asked about it.
Here's the definition of splash page. The page of a website that the user sees first before being given the option to continue to the main content of the site. Splash pages are used to promote a company, service, or product, or are used to inform the user of what kind of software or browser is necessary in order to view the rest of the site's pages. Often a splash page will consist of animated graphics and sounds that entice the user into exploring the rest of the website. Some splash pages will bring the user to the main website automatically, and some require the user to click on a link that will load the main page. A splash page is sometimes referred to as a splash screen. Earlier today, Barbara for You2See made a video in which she spoke to Red Pill Black, and this is what Red Pill Black told her.
I definitely do not agree with the doxing website. I asked her if she still thinks it was a good idea. She told me that I have to quote, "There never was a database. It was simply the splash page proof of concept."
Now, Barbara was just giving her a platform to defend herself, and that's completely fine. I commend Barbara for doing that. And also, Candace Owens is free to come on to Worski Live and talk about this situation. But she says it's a splash page. A splash page, bruh. If it was a splash page, then why was I sent this? What you're seeing is people from the website Social Autopsy that were entered into the website. In fact, Suit Yourself made a video where he found a bunch of people using Google that was linked from Social Autopsy.
G'day guys, and welcome back. This is just a follow-up from my previous video. What I don't understand is Candace claims this is all the past and she's turned over a new leaf and all the rest of it, yet the website's still up. Furthermore, look at this. All these people. Now, why are they there still? Why are they listed? It doesn't make any sense. Surely none of these will work, right? I mean, if the site's not working and we're not recording anything and she's against what she started, these should all link to page not found, 404 error. Let's see if that's the case. Holy crap. Okay, let's go back. Maybe this one's deleted. No? Okay. Maybe this one. No? Okay. So, Candace, explain that to me.
A lot of this stuff is semantics. I genuinely thought a totally different word meant something else because this is what was told to me, and he saw the emails. So when I'm getting called a liar and then being triple attacked and it's a dog and it's a pylon, the only way that I can come forward with the truth is on my own terms, and I'm going to show him the emails that I never lied.
But did you really think, like when you, as you said, the web developer said it first, but you repeated it saying it was a non-functioning splash page. Did you really think the whole website was non-functioning?
I 110%.
So Candace is playing dumb. It's very hard to believe that her being CEO of her own company had no idea what was going on with her own website. Furthermore, if a web designer uploads information to a website without the client's knowledge, then that is cause for the client, Candace, to sue the web designer. This is crazy.
So before you go into a website,
Hold on a second.
It wasn't a splash page. A splash page is literally defined as a logo before you go into a website. You had multiple.
We were
pages
building
on
a
the website.
technology. You're not understanding this.
I'm absolutely
No, you're not.
understanding
And
it.
now you can let me finish. We were building a technology, not a website. So what he was saying is this is a splash. This is a splash of what we were actually. We never built it. That's the whole point you're missing. When you're building a technology.
Okay, so did you not have a database of 20,000 plus people? That's what you've stated. There are two statements you said. There's a database of 20,000 plus people, and that it was a non-functioning splash page. One of those statements can be true. Which one is true?
How is this a splash page? She apparently claimed somewhere that those weren't real profiles.
Okay, so clearly there's some dishonesty going here. Some dishonesty going on here. Let's see what else she has to say.
Profiles, and these are real people who are still posting to this day. Now, let's say they just took these people, like they weren't actually submitted. Let's just say she took these people to test out the website. She keeps claiming that there was no database of users, but there were users, and they do have real Facebook profiles that I found within 2 seconds. But even if she was using these people just to work on the site as like a little test, this means she was using innocent people that she just found that would have been associated to social autopsy. Candace, why are you still lying?
The icing on the cake came today when Richard Spencer, a very well-known white nationalist, tweeted out his support of the smear campaign against me. He actually made an entire video about me.
You lied, first of all, and said that it was Richard Spencer who made a video.
I said perpetuated.
Okay, so enough of that. I just want to show that there seems to be a history of dishonesty with her, just based on the way she went about this whole thing, trying to brush it under the rug. Let me show a little bit more of this. I want to hear from her mouth. A common misconception. Okay, so let's run this back quickly here.
I was being asked to apologize for doxing people, and I never did it. So of course I'm going to double down and say, no, I'm not apologizing for that because I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Kill the splash page.
Will you take down the website?
But
I think that's where people want you to do it because it's
I mean,
bad.
so here's my thought on that, which, by the way, it expires. It obviously, you only hold the domain. It expires in January.
Yeah,
my thought on...
I'm sorry, just the way she's going about it, it's like she has no empathy at all for people's identity, and she just, I don't know, I'm not feeling the attitude.
I agree. I mean, she's basically just doing damage control. She's hoping people forget about it. She's kind of like making it a non-issue,
yeah,
you know, and being apathetic to the fact that it's cringy. It's one of those cringy things that, you know, it's like when we first realized, what's that thing back in the day, is when you hit star 69, you can find out who called you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like when and you had pound. It was star.
Damn, I haven't heard that in forever. Star 69.
Like, in 67, yes, and I think it's either star 67.
Yeah, star 69. That's what it was.
Yeah, and it's like you realize that you can be tracked, and it was like a creepy thing. It made you change how you look at even the phone back then, you know?
Yeah, and she's just like blowing it off. Like, why are you guys even tripping? It's not a big deal. It's like, nah, this is actually very invasive.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Can I read this little piece I see on it in the Intelligencer?
Yes.
It's the strange tale of Social Autopsy, the anti-harassment startup that descended into Gamergate trutherism. It says, just real quick, Social Autopsy launched its Kickstarter campaign on April 12th, billing itself as a way to catalog the abuses of trolls and cyberbullies.
Ooh.
Its founder is Candace Owens, a 26-year-old woman with a background in finance, not in tech. So interesting. Its founder is Candace Owens, background in finance, who has painful firsthand experience with bullying. When she was in high school in Stamford, Connecticut, a classmate and former friend left racist death threats on her phone, sparking a local scandal that came to ensnare the mayor and his son. See, she sounds totally set up to me.
Yeah.
The latter of whom was in a car with the perpetrator at the time he threatened Owens. It's clear these events had an effect on Owens. She said, this is the part, the age of technology and social media has slowly disintegrated individual accountability, the consequences of which are devastating. She says in Social Autopsy's promotional video, which then rolls news coverage of a series of suicides that may have been caused, at least in part, by cyberbullying. She then explains what Social Autopsy will do. We attach people's words to their places of employment, and anybody in the entire world can search for them.
Wow.
What we're doing is figuratively lifting the masks up so nobody can hide behind, Twitter handles or privatized profiles. It is all researchable. You can still say whatever you want to say on social media, but you have to be willing to stand by your words.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
$75,000 is funded and hopes to launch with $150,000 profiles. Really empowering the victimhood spirit too, you know.
Wow. You know,
Sounds
this
like she wrote the algorithm.
bro, it sounds like that new lady that's running Twitter with Elon took some notes from her, because that's what she was saying. And
Man,
what's her
word for
name?
word.
Haley. What's that chick? Gosh.
The new
The politician Haley. She was pushing that whole idea. We need to have pure transparency. Nikki Haley. She was pushing that exact thing. We need to have pure transparency of identity on social media, so you can, you know.
And it also sounds like Peter Thiel's Palantir.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which she got money from Peter Thiel to start a bank. Later down the line, I'm just gonna glorify anti-woke bank.
So
basically, I mean, like, who was our original money? Who was our original money that put this website on? We need some answers.
Yes,
man.
For real.
This is a Hegelian dialectic, man. You know, create engineer problem and promote it as some kind of solution. And interesting enough, that's exactly what they're trying to do now, where they're trying to criminalize who they want based on what they say that's not according to the official narratives. And now, if you notice now, if you look at general algorithms, anytime you question the official narratives, that's the trigger. You have to think only within the paradigm. That's why they don't like Bible-believing Christians, because we're thinking in the biblical worldview. They want everybody to only think in a secular worldview, but you can call yourself whatever you want. You can call yourself a Christian, but you have to throw away the biblical worldview. That's why it's easy for people to put on this disguise where, oh yeah, I'm this and I'm that, but you're promoting an atheistic secular worldview.
Or you're just promoting politics. Like, it's okay to be a religious Christian, but politics first, your religion second.
Yeah. I think secularism is the biggest religion of the world, where people are living for themselves and they're living for materialistic ambition, but they disguise it. It's like the Joel Osteens, the Kenneth Copelands. It's like, we know that they're secularists, but they feed on lost, spiritually dead people who want to be self-righteous, who want a structure to disguise themselves. So they go to these charlatans who have a poor foundation of I don't even want to call it godliness, but just of some kind of morality, where they're framing themselves through appearances. Like, we're going to convene in a building. We're going to, it's like when you see a preacher put on a robe, and the robe distracts people from, is he actually speaking biblical truth, or you're just qualifying him because he's in a building wearing a robe?
The white lab coat effect. Yeah,
which speaks more to Freemasonry than the tenets of the faith or whatever you're supposed to be doing.
Anybody want to chime in before we get into this? We're getting ready to play this very current controversy now with Candace Owens. I got a clip here from, I don't know what this channel is, but it's just like a reaction video that covers this. It's a pretty interesting details in here. So it's kind of long, so we're going to go through it and take our time and really look into it, because it's very, very interesting. For me, it just really exposes another side of Candace Owens that I think people need to at least like critique or critically think about, because this is pretty unnerving. But anyone else want to chime in before we go into this whole Tate and her husband and all that?
To me, just thinking about what you've shown so far in the discussion we've been having, it seems like I wouldn't be surprised if Miss Owens was on the payroll of one of these three-letter organizations. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I'm feeling that way too. Facts. Okay, nobody else want to chime in? All right, let's get going with this clip here. All right.
Then others think she's just out of her mind. And some people are even reporting her and asking why she isn't banned on YouTube or Twitter, which I think is kind of ridiculous. I mean, if you're pro free speech, I think you should let her say whatever she wants, as long as she's not inciting violence or anything like that. But obviously she hasn't done that. So if you disagree with her, I think the best option is just to respond and try to correct her or debate her. And personally, I really don't know much about the Middle East and Israel, so I couldn't tell you what she's right or wrong about. And I don't really care enough to to defend or support her, even though at the time when she got fired from Daily Wire, I thought that was kind of ridiculous. And I talked about it on Patreon. And I also talked about her beef with Rabbi Shmuley, and I took her side in that because that dude was just out of his mind. So since then, I've been kind of keeping up with her. But recently I listened to the interviews she did with the Tate brothers, and it led me down a crazy rabbit hole that I'm going to try my best to explain throughout this video. And I'm sure some people, when they just heard that, are like, oh no, is this going to be some crazy anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracy theory rabbit hole that he got sucked into? But it has nothing to do with that, and it's more about Candace Owens and her relationship with the Tate brothers. So before I get into it, I just wanted to play this clip from her interview, and she was talking a lot about how pretty much everybody in power is a degenerate pedophile that's been compromised by Israel, and Israel uses that as dirt to try to blackmail them so they can control them and have power over them.
But
Okay, so this is kind of like an initial position she's been taking, like hard. This idea that the Jays are blackmailing people in positions of power and influence with PDF images on the internet. Now, before we continue with this, I just want to get your guys' view quickly here. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. I think like to take this as like her main position, like this is what everything is about, I think that is absolutely crazy. And it isn't to say that this kind of thing doesn't happen, right? But the fact that she's focusing on this as her like ultimate like message of truth, to me just is so psyop-y. It's like, man, it's just rolled out like a straight psyop. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it's a good way to draw people who have a particular opinion against the Jays toward her, so that those folks in the alphabet crews that are looking for those people that have opinions like that can easily find them. That's what I think that she's doing. That's what, unfortunately, I think a lot of the Hebrew Israelite brothers have been duped into being put in that same type of position.
Boom.
Where you're basically drawing, you're the light that's drawing all of the gnats to the zapper.
I just didn't like how many times I kept finding in the history of Israel and in the president of Israel defense for pedophiles. It just didn't work for me. Like, that Zionists were so hardcore about Israel, were defending pedophilia. And when you can then trace that, and it's funny you talk about the streets, these were people that were weapons dealers and drug dealers that then started Hollywood, right? They started Hollywood. Charlie Chaplin, file, who was under one of their thumbs. And we know that a lot of these people in our government are being blackmailed. I wonder why. I personally want to hear my conspiracy theorist. I think pornography websites are basically, they're able to figure out what your demented interests are. So these people, they're making you more and more perverse, more and more perverse. Suddenly you're watching some weird stuff, and then they got you watching some 12-year-old girl, whatever it is. Boom, you're under their control. And I think this is what Jeffrey Epstein, all of this stuff is about, getting men who would be in positions of power to acquiesce to some like pornography, and then they're under their control. I really believe that.
At any point, if you guys want to chime in, just speak and I'll pause it, okay? Just letting y'all know, if y'all want to say, if something's in your head, in your mind, you just want to say it, just go ahead and speak and I'll pause it as soon as I hear you. Just letting y'all know.
Most extreme form of blackmail, which is like, if we know that you have engaged in pedophilia, that you've been involved in any of these weird sexual scenarios, we can control you in office.
So when I heard Candace talking about all this,
so do you really think that's how they control politicians in office, through blackmail? Like, come on, man. It's just so stupid. I'm sorry. It's just so stupid.
It's not just that. She brought up Hollywood, but yet she's interviewing all these Hollywood people. And it's kind of like, okay, if you really believe, and I'm just speaking objectively, if you truly believe that Hollywood is comprised of the people that you said out your own mouth, then why are you using Hollywood people as some kind of promotion and mouthpiece for what you're doing?
Because she's a hypocrite. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're denying the fact, and it's just real interesting, just to look at these things and just have an informed reaction based on what's being presented. Because if you notice, we're not really giving anything subjective. We're just reasoning through what she's saying.
George is on the screen because I guess for this channel, this is like the image of it's like a caricature of the channel. He's like it's like a mascot, if you will. Sorry, let's continue.
I just thought it was kind of ironic she'd be saying all this to Andrew Tate of all people. You know, I'm like, why does she have him on her podcast? Why would she want to be friends with him? I mean, she's talking about how bad adult content is and how the people that produce it use it to get people into some sick stuff, which eventually leads to them doing something with a child or doing something illegal. And then they use that as blackmail to control them. And I was just thinking, okay, if that theory is true, couldn't we apply that to Andrew Tate, who's known for making pornography? I mean, that's how he made all his money. And some of his old tweets, like back around 2019, 2020, this guy was completely unhinged. He would tweet stuff like, I made corn, I made so much of it, I made millions. You consume it, I am God, you are a loser. He'd also say, I super hope everybody gets addicted to it and it ruins everybody's lives. I hope everybody suffers. I don't want to help at all. Keep watching the cam girls. I want more money. I hope you're miserable and unhappy. And people keep telling me making it is bad, it's a sin, haram, what you're doing is illegal. Maybe, I don't care. I will F your Christian and Muslim girls in one of my supercars and in one of my mansions. Then I put them on a webcam. Keep your legality, God, Allah. You're broke, sad, lonely, and dumb. So I was thinking, why would Candace want to be around somebody like this? I mean, even if these tweets are 4 or 5 years ago, if you're going to be calling everybody degenerates and try to call out how bad adult content is and everything, doing it with Andrew and Tristan Tate probably isn't the best idea. But then I started to put the pieces together and I realized Candace actually met Tate around this time, like when he's putting out tweets like this is when they first met. And she met him through her husband, who had already been good friends with Tate, and he said they go way back, and he said he knows Tate really well. And if you're not familiar with her husband, George Farmer, he's a British aristocrat. Like his dad's a British lord and his family's worth a ton of money, and he apparently inherited like $70 million.
Interviewed Andrew Tate.
Long time.
I know, it's been a very long time.
You've known Andrew Tate for a number of years. You were just with him for that interview.
Yeah, I've known Andrew for many, many years. I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I've known Andrew since before he was famous, I guess. Andrew is a great guy. He really is, and he's a wonderful guy in many ways. Like all humans, he's flawed.
As I was having this dinner with my husband and his friend, Andrew Tate was there. I had no idea who he was. This is kind of before he really took off on the internet. I had my assistant at the time with me, who happened to be Romanian. She's born in Romania, speaks Romanian, happened to have been in the United States. She spent a lot of the time that we were there talking to him. She comes over to me afterwards and she says, this guy, Andrew Tate, I think he's a pimp in Romania.
I use sex as a tool to make women love me so they don't.
So she knew ahead of time this dude was a pimp. Right. So just putting it out there, she knows very well what this dude's about. Right.
Obey me and live in my house and make me money. That's what I wanted. So I was a pimp in that sense.
I said, what? And she's like, no, I think he's like actually a pimp in Romania.
By taking girls who didn't know how to be effective on webcam, girls who had never done webcam before, girls who didn't have the equipment, didn't have the know-how, didn't have the will, didn't have the premises, didn't have the ability to make money with this exchange. Off camera, I think he would be the first person to admit that. Like he's a flawed human being. I created a system.
He's just a flawed human being, guys. Aren't we all flawed human beings? Doesn't mean we're all pimps.
Allowed me to convince girls to do this. Allowed me to retain her.
Yeah, I mean,
I know how to make sure the girl can't run away.
I know Andrew pretty well, and like, you know, as I said, I know that he's full of flaws.
And obviously Andrew claims he's changed now and he's a better person, but I mean, back then, which wasn't that long ago, you know, I think just 4 or 5 years ago, he was clearly a terrible, awful human being. There's no way around.
Go ahead.
I was just noticing it seems that she's doing something that Dr. York used to do and that I find Billy Carson does today. And even I guess to a lesser degree, Donald Trump has been known to do it. And it's where you walk this truther type of line, or you throw out these truther tidbits, or even more so, you say these crazy and outrageous things that have a degree of truth to them, or that if applied a particular way are true, but you're saying them in order to, in my opinion, when you have a particular type of fan base and following like she has, and then you add that to your bag of tricks, this takes you from the level of just being a pundit or a polarizing figure that a lot of people follow into taking you into like a religious figure type of area. Because now you have some sort of special knowledge or information, no matter how you claim that you got it, your followers will begin to look at you like you have access to some kind of special knowledge or information. That's what cults are made of. So you know, it's interesting that she went down that road of, like, you know, trying to say the small hats were doing this and doing that, because you can find those same type of talking points in just about any successful cult.
Yes. And if you go into
and this is why I call her.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, this is why I call her the conservative Oprah. For the simple fact is, Oprah did the same thing. On one hand, she was the head of it wasn't Me Too anymore. She changed the name to something else, and at the same time, she's hanging out with Harvey Weinstein. It's the same. It's
that's right.
But
fantastic. Wow.
Her followers never her true followers never questioned Oprah and never held her feet to the fire to say, how can you be in a picture with all these different abusers? Time's Up, that's what it was called. Remember, Time's Up.
Oh,
Time's Up.
And she was
at the
directly.
same time, here you are with Weinstein.
Wasn't she directly tied with another sex cult too? Was it John of Christ or something?
Yeah, John, I'm about to say, you took the word. It's everybody she sat down with Soul Sunday. It was not everybody, but a handful of them had some freaky deaky ditty type stuff going on, and it's like, hold on. What are we doing here? But the same thing with Candace Owens. She thumps her chest and prides herself. My research team. You know what I'm saying? But then you can't figure out that Amber Rose OnlyFans is still up, or you can't figure out that Tate and his brother got this shady past of what they were doing with cam girls. Even if you take it on face value, and what Brother Theo was saying, I think is a form of gaslighting. You sit here and make your whole conversation with him about corn, right? At the same time, you talking to a corn farmer. What are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? And I like I said, I read comment because I know they read comments, and if they can have that go on and nobody picks up on it in the comment, they got a real winner with her. Because it's like that, she can sell you anything.
She can.
Just like a cult leader, you know, just like with Jim Jones. Jim Jones was doing some crazy stuff and saying some crazy stuff, and he had black people follow him down, you know what I'm saying, to the middle in the jungle.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you end up following that? But that's what cult leaders do.
Yeah, and if you go into her chat when she does her live streams, it's like a cult, bro. It's crazy. They're like, oh, like she's some kind of god. It's so disturbing, man. It's so disturbing.
Y'all know how the gaslighting is a big part of MK Ultra mind control, or what we know today as gaslighting. It's used in this way. They create a split in the person's mind where you go into double think, where you see that she's talking to Andrew Tate, who goes against all the things that's supposed to be part of her values. But she says this, which is aligned with her values, and it puts you in double think. They have to do that. Like for all of these types of individuals, Dr. York would do it. Dr. York would tell them some ill type of truths and then turn around and say, well, you know, if you eat feces and drink urine, there's a benefit to it, but they don't want you to know about that. It's a way that you split the mind of the potential cult member to where they're unable to think clearly. A double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. They do it with Trump too. Trump says and does things that are obviously contradictory, but then the people force themselves to look past it, which forces them into what Orwell termed doublethink. But what they talk about in trauma-based mind control, splitting the mind into compartments, compartmentalized thinking. And she seems to be doing the same thing now.
It's just double-minded. Shout out to that girl Figgy. Says Candace has said on her podcast that when everyone was trying to counsel her, the Tate brothers said that they have her back. I believe she is simply being loyal and showing her loyalty. Now, I could understand that, but my thing is your loyalty to some people who had your back for a moment bigger than your moral foundation, you know, bigger than your faith? I think we need to hold people accountable for their behaviors, and she's not doing that. If she really loves, you know, these guys in an authentic way, she would be truthful with them, and that would be correction. You know, that I mean, she should be calling these dudes out for their behavior, opposed to just, you know, making up excuses for their degeneracy. So in my view, I don't care what they said. These guys are nasty. These guys are scum. How could you align yourself with such trash? Like, that's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy. And if that's all people got to do to get you to support them, they just throw money at people and back them no matter what. And then you got them on a leash. Because as far as I'm concerned, she's on a leash for these dudes. It's weird.
And the worst part about it is that, you know, we all have done terrible things, but when you affirm, celebrate, and promote what you have done is evil. I mean, evil things you've done as though they're non-issue, and you claim like this is, and we don't know what Tate is. I mean, he claims, I don't even know, at first he claimed that he was a Christian, now he's a Muslim and all this, but the whole idea is that her being a Christian, professing person, I'll say that much, he's actually affirming what he's done. I don't think no believer will affirm any evil that they're done. Like we know we've done evil, but we don't affirm it, and we don't celebrate it. We don't promote it. We don't take light of it. You know what I'm saying? And his whole persona is like, yeah, I do this. Yeah, I've done this. And I feel good about it because it's how I make money. I'm just like, how can you know, I don't know.
Let's just continue this clip because it gets worse, man. It's absolutely crazy. And it's a kind of a long clip, but we got to go through this because whoever this channel is, too lazy to try, man, put this together, and this is crazy.
Around it, and you'd wonder why somebody like Candace's husband would want to be friends with somebody like that. And I'm not saying this is the reason, but one time on Twitter, Andrew explained why people really wanted to be friends with him, and he said, everybody wants to be friends with the pimp. Doubt me? Epstein had access to pussy. Look at his friends list. It's basic human psychology. I have the assets every man who's not a hater wishes they had, and the next best thing to being me is knowing me. And if you remember when Tate first got arrested, everybody started comparing him to Epstein, and you would think like, yeah, it's just people that hate him, of course they're going to do that. But it was actually people on the right that were making that comparison to try to defend him, kind of. You know, people are like, Andrew Tate got arrested before any of Epstein's clients. Let that sink in. And whether Andrew Tate is guilty or not, they skip the entire Epstein client list because he's their enemy, and the people on that list aren't. And the media is distracting us with Andrew Tate, so a lawsuit against JP Morgan for aiding Epstein's trafficking can fly under the radar. And I'm not saying any of these people are involved with Tate at all, but I think it's just funny they're saying this because it actually sounds like they're using Epstein to distract from Tate. And then also, if you get arrested and everybody's like, yeah, well, what about Epstein? What does that say? You know, that is not a good look, especially if you consider Tristan Tate is being accused of trafficking a minor, and Andrew has professed his love for very young girls openly many times.
So you said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom. Yeah. To some people that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like that's exactly what you expect. I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16.
All right, in Romania, 16. Sorry. And I only get away with that because the girl at 6 years plays along. So Vivian's going to be.
Bro, what a dirtbag, dude. Like, to speak openly like this, so cavalier about children. I'm sorry, a 16-year-old girl? That's a child, man. That is a child. I can't even believe this, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the connections and the way that she had long-term standings with people. We don't even know how long they known each other. This might be prior to her rise to fame. We don't know how connected. There's a lot that we don't know, and not to make assumptions, but she's revealing that this is someone she calls a friend.
Bro, do you think he changed he completely turned around his view of women since this clip? No. You know, and she just had this guy on her show days ago.
Right.
It's insane.
He's doubled down. Yeah, he's pretty much affirmed and confirmed what we know of him. And it's just like, that's why I think that they're using celebrities to disguise as a rebrand. You know, like it's like they're fooling people because they got everybody hooked on being popular. Like social media did one thing. It got people validating people based on their popularity, based on how they're revered by the world. So people, when they see these people, they just automatically go into some form of idol worship. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this person has something great to say because they're wealthy, they have a lot of followers, they're on syndicated networks and all this stuff.
It's the new celebritism. It's the replacement for Hollywood. Since Hollywood is dead, the Hollywood celebrity's dead. This is the new version of it.
Exactly. And so people don't even, unfortunately, when you're spiritually dead and you're lost, you don't even make the connection because all you're looking to do is to feed your flesh. Because you're looking for somebody to be a representative of the things that you already value. So most people want to be prideful in the world. They want wealth. So they just find someone who affirms their sinful love and desire, and they just automatically, kind of worship that person. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, shout out to Sabrina. Good point. They all may be involved with trafficking, Candace included. And I think this clip that we're looking at presents the idea that you're talking about PDF and all this, but look at who you're supporting. This dude he literally got in the position he's in because of trafficking. It's absolutely crazy. It's just so contradictory.
6 years, right?
Vivian's younger.
Kind of like
Melissa's like 28. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years. It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
I want to make one point about Andrew Tate, though. Here's a man that constantly flashes the hand signs of the Illuminati, refers to himself as Top G, constantly, you know what I'm saying, the chessboard imagery, identifies as a mixed man, brown man, but also has talking points of a white supremacist. If you look at the riots that happened, you know what I'm saying, in England a few weeks ago, he was on both sides of that argument. He openly calls black people the N-word with the hard or R, but identifies as a man of color. He's completely scrambled up. And just to take it home, his father was affiliated, if not employed, by the CIA. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And then, like I said, for her to sit there, and even if you say this is my friend, you can say, okay, I can't do an interview with you. You know what I'm saying? I think they're railroading you, But to bring him on and have the conversation you're having with him while you switch to the Catholic faith, which has its own issues with PDFs and everything, and you're pointing the finger at somebody else. It's what Brother Theo said. This is to compartmentalize the mind of her followers. Yes. How can you justly support that?
Exactly.
It just hurts my head talking about it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just like her. It's like York telling the followers to eat feces. She doing the same thing by having Tate on there.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, she's such a good role model for young women, the way she's conservative and articulate, interested in things that say aren't on TikTok and, all of that stuff young girls are interested in today. But then she turns and does this. It's like, damn, you got so much power and influence that you could use for good, and you out here supporting this trash. It's crazy to me. And like you said, it compartmentalizes the minds of the viewership, because it's like this type of induced cognitive dissonance. They're seeing this one message and this one image of this person that's apparently good, but then at the same time they have to contradict their thought process and accept this demon, this clear demon. And they have to accept the demon and the angel at once. Man, that's mind shattering, man.
That's it.
You know what's interesting? That she says that she will promote herself Christian, Catholic, or whatever, but she'll never express like her faith to these people. Like, you could talk to somebody you don't agree with to preach the gospel or give a testimony, or show the hope that you have for the faith that you have. You could do that to people who don't believe, but that never happens with her. She literally is in agreement with these people. Like, you shouldn't be in agreement. That's she's having fellowship with Tate. She's having an agreement with him. This is not her, exposing something and being consistent with what she believes and says in someone else with Tate. She's not doing that. And I think that that's the issue about just saying that you are a Christian, but you don't really deal with what you're hearing within the biblical worldview.
Yes, looking at what and just what you're showing, Days, it's like on a geopolitical, let's look at this on a global geopolitical perspective. This type of thing that we're watching, this is exactly what gives Putin juice when he says stuff to people in the West where we are. Hey, you could come to Russia if you want to get away from all this satanic, demonic stuff that you guys are dealing with over there. You know, all of this stuff what Candace is doing and this Tate guy and these other people, it's like it's just a slow boil into the acceptance of getting with children. And it's like, man, it's just amazing to see how this is a Western. This is what we do in the West. This is what we do.
Man,
we sit around and put people like this on a pedestal. Give people like this the floor, and our supposed enemies. I mean, we just giving it to them, dog. I mean, we giving it to them. Like, why wouldn't you want to take your ball and go home? Like, who wants to play with us, man? We look like we just stepped out the insane asylum.
Well said. I mean, yeah, exactly.
This is her content for the last month. Just so I'm gonna show people what the content of a conservative woman is. A conservative icon: Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, MAGA Civil War, Off the Record with Kanye, an interview with Kanye, Ray J debates transgenderism, David Smith, the N-word girl, Amber Rose.
Boom.
And then rappers expose the demonic agenda of the music industry.
All oppie.
That's her content for the last month.
Oppie. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? Everything you just listed there. Man, that just sounds like some narrative rollout crap, man.
On there as well.
You broke up there. You want to repeat that?
I said then we got Alex Jones and Russell Brand thrown in there as well.
So something like a truther starter kit.
Yeah. Oh man, when you put up Russell Brand and Alex, like Russell Brand is another one. He's another one. It's like doing the same thing. I think Candace is more polarizing in the political arena, but Russell Brand is right there in that same kind of archetype with what they're doing. So I definitely agree with that. And like I said, Alex Jones, I think Alex Jones kind of deceived a lot of us because he really said a lot of things that were true and a lot of things that made sense, but he was always tied politically. And remember, a good deceiver is going to imitate what is right. But good. They're going to be real good. That's why Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. And so will his ministers of righteousness disguise themselves. So the nature of evil is to disguise itself. So I think that people are when we look at the Bible, we're thinking that evil is going to come out like the left, right? But the issue with the left is that they're not hiding. So we understand where they are. We see them where they are. The evil that you don't know is more likely Satan, because when you can see the evil, you can avoid it and you can rebuke it and you can preach the gospel and it's left up to them. But when people are calling themselves as good and righteous and all these things, but are still having the fellowship with the evil without, acknowledging Christ biblically and testifying and preaching the gospel, then there's a problem. And I think that a lot of people just take these things as a label, like, oh, you got to package yourself as a Catholic, which is, I think Catholicism is more of a Freemasonic geopolitical move where you're connected because, the Vatican and all that stuff controls so much of what's going on in this world, but it's packaged as it's an apostate religion. It's not true religion or pure religion that's undefiled in Christ, but it's an apostate religion that focuses on superficialness, the cathedrals, the robes, the ceremonies, the rituals, the unbiblical traditions of men. And this is what the world uses to rebrand and repackage themselves. They put on an outfit, a disguise, the wolf and with the sheep's clothing on. And I think that that's what people are using this unbiblical cultural Christianity in name only as a outfit, as a disguise, as they infiltrate places where they normally wouldn't be allowed if they were true to themselves and promoted the secularism that they truly believe. And I think that this is why, you notice how, they label us as conspiracy, but there seems to be those who follow Christ and those who are called conspiracy theorists seem to be converging. There's a conversion between, those who are truly being called out of the world through faith in Christ and those who see through the delusion. And so I think they're trying to kill two birds with one stone by slandering Christianity biblically, by putting these people they're supposed to represent it to people who don't know biblical Christianity.
Killing.
Well said. Let's continue this here.
Younger. This away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Not about me. I'm 21. I don't care.
And before I go any further, I've been getting a lot of these clips and tweets I'm using in this video from Murdered by Crayons and Milk Bar TV on Twitter. They cover a lot of the Tate stuff and they do a good job. So if you want to keep up with that, make sure you check them out. So going back to Candace's theory in the beginning about how people who produce adult content want you to keep getting into weirder and weirder stuff. So eventually you're doing something illegal. And if they have that dirt on you, then they own you, you know, you're under their thumb and they basically have control over you. So I don't know why you couldn't apply that theory to Andrew Tate, who's known for making adult content, who's compared himself to Jeffrey Epstein, who is obsessed with money, power, and influence, and has had access to some high profile people like Candace's husband. You know, so if you apply that here, it makes you think maybe he made sure to get some dirt on her husband. I mean, I'm sure Tate is always thinking 2 steps ahead, and we've seen this with P. Diddy and Epstein in situations like that. Like, if you're going to have high profile clients, you're going to make sure to get some dirt on them, because then if you go down, they go down as well. And then this would explain why Candace is suspiciously overly defensive of the Tates, because it's like she's defending her husband as well. And, you know, it makes you wonder. I mean, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm just asking questions. You know, like, why was Candace defending a registered sex offender on her podcast who was convicted of abusing 2 young girls? To me, that's just kind of strange, especially considering how outspoken she is about this issue. So she did this when she was talking about one of Tate's alleged victims. She did an 1.5-hour podcast, basically just trying to discredit them. And one of the girls who was accusing Tate was also the victim in a few other cases, and one in which was when she was 15. Her and another girl were abused by a yoga instructor, and he was sentenced to 24 years. You know, he was convicted. But Candace and the Tates try to act like this guy was set up because the girl allegedly lied about her age, which, even if that's true, is still illegal. But Candace tries to defend him and act like this girl can't be trusted because she lies about her age, which is insane to say about a 15-year-old. And what's even crazier is Candace refuses to say the predator's name out of respect for him, I guess, because she says the victim's name like 100 times throughout this podcast and goes into all this personal information about her. But then when it comes to the pedophile, she's like, I want to do the right thing. I want to be ethical. Since this case involves a minor, I'm not going to say his name at all. But yet she says the name of the minor like 100 times. And Candace starts by reading this statement from the Tates where they claim the girl's the predator because she has a history of getting in relationships with men in order to take advantage of them and extort them. And to prove that, she talks about the girl getting abused by the yoga instructor, Keith Fox. And she claims that he was pretty much taken advantage of because a 15-year-old girl might have lied about her age and tricked him into having sex with her. Like, Candace literally refers to him as a victim of hers and says that she ruined his life with these accusations.
According to them, again, if you want to take their word for it, Abby is a predator who has a long history of baiting men into sexual relationships for the specific purpose of destroying their lives. She has a chain of victims going back several years to when she was a minor. Her modus operandi is as follows. She devises sophisticated narratives to elicit compassion and sexual attraction from unsuspecting men. She uses these men as hosts, taking what she wants for personal, emotional, and economic gain. A serial extortionist and blackmailer who preys on successful men. On multiple occasions, she has accused innocent men of horrific crimes, resulting in their unjust incarceration. Case involves a man who I am not going to name, and the only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him, Emma was in fact a minor, and that of course is relevant. So we just want to be ethical here and not expose his name so people can look up the case because, as I said...
But she exposes her name, the minor. Okay, makes sense.
She was underage at the time. Essentially, it was believed that she was having sexual relations with him, and the court found that to be true. And he is now been sentenced to 24 years in prison. Why is that relevant? Because since then, people are alleging, which we are going to get to, that she lied about her age and that she lies about her age repeatedly. And though, despite the fact that he is perhaps not a moral man, he did fall victim to her lying. Throughout this episode, by the way, you're going to hear some beeps when I'm discussing this case if I accidentally...
I mean, couldn't you make this same kind of argument against quote-unquote PDFs? Maybe they were tricked. You know, maybe the victims of them lied about their age. I mean, this is just weird.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
This whole angle she's taking is crazy. And you know what this speaks directly to. It appeals to this kind of like red pill community. You know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it's always the woman's fault. It's never the men's accountability to be aware of their sin nature and be responsible with their selves and all that, which is what all of us had to learn and understand. But just to sit there and deflect from the fact that this man created a platform and infrastructure for this stuff, is crazy. Like, yeah, there are wicked people of all, different demographics and stuff like that. But, we don't take sides. I mean, everybody has to be accountable for what is known to them. And she's not dealing with what is objectively about the guy she's talking to. She's almost defending him to try to say, well, there's an exception where, it's the woman that could be, somehow making him do something. I was like, that's crazy.
To say his name, we intend to just beep it out. Again, just to protect the fact that she was, in fact, a minor at the time of these accusations. To suspect that she was lying about her age. Now, remember, is serving a prison sentence. His life has pretty much been destroyed here.
I quickly want to address that girl, Figgy. She's bringing up good points. She says, I agree with what you all are saying regarding her loyalty to the Tate brothers, but it's not very hard to understand. It's very human. It's a very human thing to do and shouldn't be something that comprises her character. Now, I totally get what you're saying from, say, a secular worldview. This would be completely legitimate. But from the Christian worldview, our faith and our allegiance to the Most High God and our moral foundation supersede our human scale relationships with everyday people, right? So you can have someone that you care about, that you're loyal to, but if, say, they wrong someone or they break the law, I mean, are you going to hide them? Or are you going to lie for them? Are you going to cover up their wrongdoing out of loyalty? I think that's wrong, personally. Now, it isn't to say you have to shun that person altogether and break this sense of loyalty. I think the right thing to do is hold them accountable, right? Hold them accountable for what they've done. And then I think we have to consider the gravity of the character involved in that of Andrew Tate, and the Tate brothers, very influential figures culturally, and I guess we could say politically, and also the influence and cultural power of CANDACE Owens. So you have these two individuals who are very influential on the world stage. This is the perfect opportunity to show righteousness, right? To actually present truth to the people. But what she's actually doing is she's covering up the truth. She's denying righteousness, and she's choosing a human scale secular position of loyalty for a demon. Sorry, that's just how I see it. But I see your point.
But Days, I want to speak from the secular standpoint of it. If your whole kick is to go after the what they call it, the fake news and the biased media, then you had to recuse yourself from talking about the Andrew Tate case. You have to say, you know what? I have a biased opinion. They're a friend, they're a friend of our family. You don't platform them. That's the whole thing, is like you're platforming this person. And at the same time, you're going after people that are accused of the same thing. Like, nobody's asking her to throw him under the bus if that's your friend until he's proven, you're saying, innocent or guilty. But when you platform him, that's the problem. And even if you say, okay, even take the criminal away from it, just the fact when you're talking about corn in itself and how her whole kick is how it deteriorates the mind and the man. And this person made their money off of that. And go to Amber Rose, she's an open Satanist. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? Like, what? And the reason why I don't get it is like it ruins her credit. Like I tell everybody all the time, I don't judge people by my standards. I judge them by their standards. And if I'm judging her by her own standards, she seems like a hypocrite, because nobody can live up to my standards. Nobody can. You know what I'm saying? It's hard enough for me to live up to my standards. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just the human condition. But when you judge somebody by their own standards, she's failing. You know, you reading her comments, same thing, like, how are you going to join this religion and talk bad about this other religion? Why don't you clean up your house first? And the allegations is over there. You follow what I'm saying? Like, and it's, The issue is it's a repeated pattern. She did the same thing with, you know what I'm saying, with race. You know, she'll go after black people, but then, you know what I'm saying, then she'll whitewash, no pun intended, you know what I'm saying, when a white person does a similar act. So it's this thing, you know what I'm saying, like this constant, and I think, like I said, I gotta keep going back to what Brother Theo said. I think it's intentional to fragment and compartmentalize the mind of her viewer. You can't have a concise worldview while listening to her. And here's the problem: she's like the villain in a horror movie that looks like the sweet lady next door. You know what I'm saying? When you look at her, she, you know, it's like she fits the bill of a ideal, you know, okay, of this type. Inject race for a minute. We have an identity crisis in our race. So anybody that presents herself like that, it's like that's kind of like where we want to head to and wait for the sexy reds. And then when you present her and this shenanigans that she pulling, it's just another, you know what I'm saying, another whammy.
And if I could add to what you're saying, you know, if you look at the world projects people superficially. And a lot of times you can tell people who are, let's say, followers of Christ, is who are they glorifying in what they do and what they say? Does it glorify you or does it glorify Christ? And a lot of times, because a lot of people, anybody can look good. They're atheists. They can disguise themselves morally to look morally, you know, in a subjective way in the world's standards, which is moral relativism, but they do it for themselves, to be self-righteous, to be prideful, for approval, to be seen, to be heard, you know. And I think that, a lot of secular people will think that, but biblical followers of Christ they're not going to hear Christ glorified in nothing she's doing. We're going to hear her glorifying politicians, herself. You know, it's kind of like what Days and I talked about one time, when people use the logical framework of the biblical worldview to disguise their secular ambitions, but they really don't believe any of it. You know, they really just wanted to make themselves look superior and intellectually savvy among degenerate people. Yeah. But there's no real spiritual regeneration or change of heart and mind.
I don't see that in Candace. I really don't. So especially with this whole Tate thing, it's like, I'm questioning her whole pseudo faith, man, honestly. Like this is wild. Let's continue though.
Way more recent than that, and according to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, the Tates were receiving income from their webcam services up until August of 2022. So if he wasn't being honest about that, why would I trust anything he has to say? You know, also he's acting like it wasn't that bad what he was doing, so why not just be open and honest about it? And of course Candace doesn't question anything and goes along with it, even though she had to know he was full of shit. I mean, when she met him in 2019, she had a pretty good idea of what he was doing. You know, her assistant told her that she thought he was a pimp. So it definitely seems like she's just helping them do PR, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was given notes or a script or something. I mean, she clearly is going to do whatever they tell her to, which again makes you wonder why. And then you go back to the beginning and what she said, and it all starts to make sense a little bit.
First person in the world by people who pretended they'd never done anything wrong for the last 10 years.
Look at what he said 10 years ago.
So this video is from 10 years ago.
Looking back 10 years.
When you talk about Candace from 10 years ago.
Fortunately, I had no cameras in my face 10 years ago.
The idea that you did something 10 years ago.
This is 10 years ago.
Talk about these things from 10 years ago.
Again, if you found Candace 10 years ago, that 10 years ago, from 10 years ago.
Scripted.
Wouldn't have said this 10 years ago.
Things from 10 years ago that
because of things you said 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago.
Like, okay, 10 years ago, 10 years, a decade. For 4 years, I ran a webcam studio, which people find very interesting. I had naked girls sitting on the internet talking to guys.
So you don't, do you do that still?
I have 3 girls who still work for me.
2020, 3 girls still working for him. Clearly not 10 years ago. Let's continue.
Right.
The cam business is still going because my most loyal girls will never leave me. That's why it's going.
If you look at anybody who made things 10 years ago, something's going to be stupid.
Currently filming this during the COVID pandemic.
Is it too fast, guys? I'm sorry. I'll put it normal. It is pretty fast. They all talk fast in general, so yeah, maybe it's not the best video to speed up. Sorry.
You may be watching this later on, but right now during the pandemic, for the last 2 to 3 years, I've been making money on OnlyFans from its inception all the way up till now.
Those old clips, my webcam company, things that happened 10 years ago.
Yeah, so Candace and Andrew both know they're lying about this, but of course they're doing it because they need to downplay it since it looks terrible. And this is what Candace has to say about people who lie about stuff like this.
We were specifically told an angle, and that angle has been protected for a very long time for a reason that must be evil, because lies can only be served to protect evil.
Yeah, and I completely agree, and I think that's what's going on here. I mean, if you listen to her interviews with the Tates, it all just sounds like projection. I mean, it's almost comical. Like, half her podcast with Andrew was them talking about how everybody is a gay pedophile, and then in her interview with Tristan, she has the audacity to say this.
What's actually funny is that everything that they accuse people of doing is what they are.
Oh.
And this gets into, I need to do a full episode on this, but like the media is literally an ecosystem that was built to protect pedophiles. Yes. Right. And
I mean, this is unbelievable. Like, she's literally explaining what she's doing. You know, people obviously wouldn't consider her part of the media or like mainstream media, but she works in media for sure. And what is she doing, or what did she do in that clip I played earlier? She was literally trying to protect a pedophile by censoring his name and trying to make him seem like the victim. So she is just projecting like crazy. I mean, go listen to those interviews after you watch this video. Like, also she's talking about how everybody's gay. Like, everybody to her is a gay pedophile. And again, that seems like something she's projecting, because when I was looking into her husband, I heard quite a few rumors. He was allegedly a closeted homosexual, and he was actually accused of essaying a former Breitbart editor. And when the editor brought this up, Candace blocked him. And Candace once said, most people that lie for a living block people that expose them. So again, you can apply what she's saying to herself. And then also somebody asked this guy who accused her husband, they said, why would Candace marry somebody who's pretending? It doesn't seem like her. And he said, yes, I wonder why a perennial grifter, Candace Owens, would want to marry into the family of a wealthy British lord. Very difficult to figure out. Yeah.
Boom. So true. Shout out to Villar. Good to see you. Great point here. How is she qualified to take a moral stance on stuff whilst hanging out with Tate? Boom.
And also, her and her husband got engaged after only 17 days of knowing each other. And when he was describing it...
Okay, this is where it gets super strange. Look at this, man. Let me run this back. This is just weird, man.
Very difficult to figure out. Yeah, and also her and her husband got engaged after only 17 days of knowing each other. And when he was describing it, he said nothing romantic was even said before they got engaged.
It was very difficult to describe. Nothing romantic was said, you know, between that day and the day that we got engaged. Nothing romantic was said at all. You know, there was no overtures. Like, we didn't go for dinner, like we didn't take it, nothing
Center flowers.
No, nothing. Yeah, nothing, exactly. And so I was very clear about that, because it was almost like getting to know oneself in some ways. It was kind of a very strange experience. You know, it was like I saw myself in her, you know, and I was very willing to let myself fade and give glory to her. You know, that's how I view our marriage in many ways. Like I'm very happy to take a secondary position to give glory to her. You know, I'm far less politically involved now than I was, because she's much more politically involved than I ever could be.
Yeah, so I think he's probably...
Okay, we gotta speak on this, man. This crazy. All right, what say you guys thus far?
Oh man, look, with these clips days you putting together, MOE FACTZ, he mentioned hypocrisy, Unplugger mentioned the double-mindedness, Hope been coming with the scripturals. The more I'm looking at this situation, I want to know what you guys think. I'm starting to come around to the view that Candace is a high-level witch. What do y'all think about that?
Bullseye. Well, she wouldn't be the first high-level. She wouldn't be the first high-level witch in Andrew Tate's past. If you go back and look at Andrew Tate's Twitter thread, there's this Jamaican witch, black woman, that had her wrapped around his finger, and he hangs out with this big-time Jewish warlock. Which I wonder how that Jade warlock, excuse me. I wonder how that jives with Candace. I tell everything around her is hypocrisy. Straight up hypocrisy.
It's all I see is hypocrisy. I can't avoid it. I'm trying to be, objective and give her a shot, but man, it's just none of this is adding up. Go ahead, brother Theo.
No, I understand. We're trying to shoot her a little bail and not be, not feel like we're being judgmental. But a lot of times we just have to look at the models that we've seen before. She fits a lot of things. I mean, when y'all said she was Catholic, I was like, okay, duh.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I thought.
The Queen Mother Goddess religion, or and again, not to disparage the Catholic listeners that are listening, but Catholicism affords a pagan a good disguise while still being able to operate in paganism. And not only that, but also a lot of folks who are plagued with the Jezebel spirit tend to find themselves in that particular form of worship, because again, the veneration is toward Mary, who is really supposed to be Venus or some other form of the Queen Mother Goddess, Inanna, Ishtar, Isis, one of those. And this is that's the goddess, that's the spirit of the witch. So, that's why Rosemary's Baby centered around Catholicism. But again, maybe she's just, she just wanted to be Catholic for whatever reason. But I do find it interesting that we're hitting all these other points that line up with MK Ultra witchery, because actually that's what it is. It's not truly technology. It's actually taken from ancient Egyptian texts, and it's understood to be a form of
I'm getting some echo. It might be you, Hulk. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely getting some feedback. There we go. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, so the witchcraft aspect is certainly something that you can easily sniff out when Catholicism is involved, and then you have high level English nobles involved, and then you have politics involved in the highest levels of politics that put you in the president's face. Then and then the double-mindedness of it all from what appears to be an intelligent person. Not that intelligent people can't be double-minded, but at least they know better than to do so on camera and on tape. So doing these things on camera and on tape gives me the indication that she's a mind control handler that's under trauma-based mind control, and she's doing double-minded things. And I find it interesting too, the thing that they're doing nowadays with the PDF file talk and all the action concerning that, and the conspiracy theory talk that's now coming from these places and spaces that we know to be controlled opposition. That's very concerning to me. Like that's an ill trick. That's, that's something very weird. It's a weird way that they're using conspiracy theory talking points, especially the PDF one, for an agenda. And I'm just curious as to, and she plays a part in that. I'm just curious as to what each of you guys think the reason is for that. Like those are things that were hidden. They were not to be spoken of by the mainstream, certainly not by mainstream puppets and propaganda puppets. But now we hear all the propaganda puppets coming out talking about the PDF stuff and the elites and the conspiracy theories and things of that nature. We understand the mega aspect of it, but what do you think is the bigger play for the Luciferian power structure deciding, okay, let's openly talk about these things that used to only be spoken of in small corners of YouTube? Why do y'all think that that's a big deal and she's a part of that?
I think it has to do quickly here. I'll just run this quickly, Donna. You can follow up. I think, well, first off, I look at the source. She's a very glib, surface level representation of those ideas. So she's not really giving any facts. It's very surface level, glossed over generalizations, buzzwords. She's not really naming any individuals. She's not breaking down systems. Right. So she's appealing to the ideas whilst not really giving any information of value. And at the same time, I think of things like QAnon, right, which was similar. So it's like it's along these lines of QAnon where, they touch on real deal things that are happening in trafficking, etc. But it's like a derailment. It's like a look over here look at this rabbit hole and then this rabbit hole, and keep people distracted. And it's very effective when you have someone with such a massive platform and thousands or millions of fans. And I think what it does is it takes away the eyes and the ears away from true speakers of these things, people who actually do legitimate research. As Hulk had mentioned earlier, you know, she's coming in and stepping on the toes of people who have been doing this stuff for years. You know, it's like she's stealing food off of our tables, if you will, or stealing our recipes and don't even know how to cook. Go ahead, Don.
Yes, sir. So, what Brother Unplugging was asking about this PDF stuff, one of the things that come to my mind is the controversy surrounding the Sound of Freedom movie that came out last year. Controversy is around the people that were involved in that. So that Sound of Freedom was about this guy supposedly rescuing children from these types of situations.
Oh, I saw that movie.
Yeah, so what come out is that those sorts of operations that take place in these foreign countries, that they're used in a way to infiltrate different governments, and kind of like these mercenary type groups that go around and they say on the surface, oh, we here saving the children and things like that, but they're inserting themselves into the business and of other countries. And so that's kind of how our country can kind of subvert other countries. So there's that angle to it.
Oh, very good. Okay, very good. Because the only thing that I could openly see and point to was that they'll use these people eventually, and their followers. Mostly, they'll use the followers of the Candace Owens and these new quote unquote pseudo truthers. They're going to use their followers in order to pass laws against us saying certain things. Like, I'm thinking they're letting them say all of this stuff now, so that laws are going to be passed where you can't even say PDF file anymore.
Yeah, not in a negative sense. It's like you gonna have to say it in a reverential sense, because at the same time, you know, having somebody like Tate up there and putting him up there, what's happening is it's justifying in a way that type of lifestyle. Is giving them a certain sort of vindication or you know, making it seem like, okay, they're not monsters, they're not villains. So again, with the whole hypocrisy, with the double-mindedness, it's like certain things we won't be able to say, but the people that are the real predators out there, they're gonna be promoted. It's just insane.
Yeah, I want to build on what Unplugging was just saying. When he talked about they're going to use these political pundits to censor everybody else. If you notice, while I listen to her, she always talks about how she's canceled, how she's under attack. You don't see any evidence of it. All you do is
she's growing exponentially. Like, what are you even talking about?
Yeah, she's growing exponentially. She remains monetized on all her channels. She gets huge endorsement from all kinds of people, but yet she's canceled, and she's doing it on a mainstream level. Like, it's ridiculous. But like Unplug Them said, what's going to happen is it's the word she's speaking. The canceled is going to get in people's mind, and they're going to think that she's saying things that kind of touches on what we talk about, but just on a surface level. But it's going to basically criminalize us, because foundationally we're dealing with the truth of things that she's only speaking on the surface of, and it's going to drive focus to us while she remains protected. You know, she can change and rebrand herself.
Very good point. Wow. Adding to that, just a term, poisoning the well, or at least a concept. You know, it's like she's poisoning the well, throwing a wrench in the gear. You know, it's a type of I look at it as intelligence interference. Like she is an intelligence interference operation that's meant to confuse and derail and botch real critical thinking into these areas of research and operations that are going on culturally, politically. She's meant to in a sense throw people off of those paths. That's at least an aspect of it. I know there's much more to it, but just on at the surface level, I can clearly see that's what she's doing. She's keeping people from actually looking into real research because she's not a researcher, dude. Like she's a political pundit, like, and she's not even a good one. So I mean, she's articulate. She can make a logical argument, but she just steals ideas from other people and puts her little does her little show. I don't know. The thing is, what's most frustrating is nothing she's saying is anything new at all. It's like I said, Brother Theo was doing videos in depth on some of these topics with real value, real information, like 11 years ago. Okay, before the truth community was the truth community. And she's up here just touching the surface on these things. And she's become this beacon of truth. It's weird. It's just so weird, man.
One of her most recent videos was talking about the occult, I think in Hollywood, and that's right up Brother Theo's lane. And she's just talking about that, pulling I don't know, she gets 10, 20,000 live viewers easy now. I mean, that's probably low end of where she's going, but she's now talking about this and getting everybody looking, but through the lens of politics. It's like she's doing it, but she's still making people believe that there's an exception within the same system.
She's leading people to politics, not Christ.
Exactly. Like she's saying, yeah, it's all rigged, but but Trump is the exception, kind of thing. So
I just want to highlight one point.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, I just want to say real quick that if this is an info wars, if this is an information wars, and I do like to think, though I may be naive in this point, I do like to think that at one point Alex Jones was sincere, and they picked him because of that sincerity. And I never thought he was Bill Hicks, but then I could be wrong. But I like the term info wars because if it's an information war, and I know he's been turned into a joke and everything to make us look like a joke. But if it's an information war, and it's been some of us who've been on this front line and there's folks that's on the front line right now, then we're intelligence. We are the intelligence leg of the military of that particular information war, of the spiritual war. And if that's the case, then folks like this is counterintel. By definition, she's counterintelligence then. If we're the intelligence, we're the ones who we find the research, we find the secrets about what the enemy doing.
You mean the actual intelligence?
As in in the term of military intelligence.
Yes.
For our military, for the holy military.
Yes, I like this. I like this. Go ahead. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's the branch that we work. We work intel. So people like her, people like Tate, all the half-truthers out there that's come and gone, the new truthers that they're paying and propping up to only say certain truths and half-truths, these guys represent counterintelligence. They're COINTEL.
Yes, I totally agree.
Yeah, that's right along Battle Don's worldview warfare. Yes, very good.
Yes, sir. So it's like we working with the kingdom of heaven, and the others, they're working with the world system. Got that light side and that dark side. The more I'm learning about Candace, it seems like to me she on the light side. Somebody like Suki Hana, that would be obviously somebody on that dark side. You can see both of them interacting with some pimps. It's just one of them, the pimp is going to be portrayed in a different light.
False light.
Man, it's just yeah.
Right hand and left hand path style.
That's it. And see, they're controlling the paradigm, a medium of how we view it. They're saying it's just about how it's packaged. It's just about optics. No really sincere hearts about being vested in actually portraying truth that doesn't glorify you, that doesn't enrich you. I mean, it's nothing wrong with people supporting you, but when you only do it for money, that's the problem, and or you're doing it because of the status and the elevation within the system. It opportunes you, and that's what we see with a lot of people. Like, honestly, we're realizing that a lot of what we do, we know it's not going to make us politically popular, or it's not going to get us a interview on Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson. We already know that. And so we're grateful that we have a network and support system here, because we know that the world at large hates Christ, therefore it's going to hate people who represent him. So and that's why, there are believers out in the world who are seeking the truth, and God has brought people like us in such a time to proclaim it for those who are seeking it. But in terms of the world, Jesus said, "Woe to you when the world speaks well of you, for such they did the false prophets who were before you." And if everybody in the world thinks you're a great person, that's not really a good thing.
Facts. And she's now pushing this whole idea like she's public enemy number one. Everyone's coming for her neck.
That's crazy.
And it is crazy. And though a lot of people are coming for her neck, it's like mainstream. It's like, what do you think? You're up there. So you're dealing with you're dealing with different aspects of the machine that has allegiances and alliances and are, accountable for certain narratives that she's questioning, but it's all at that surface. She's not calling out Trump. She's not calling out, as someone mentioned in the chat, warp speed. You know what I mean? She's so double-minded and two-faced. It's like, how can anyone take her seriously? She's constantly contradicting herself, and her level of research is like, it's ridiculous. And I understand her base isn't necessarily intellectual. Her base is clearly not a research community like we have here. So I'm not expecting her to be at that level. But I mean, she's dealing with these concepts, and she's not really representing them properly. And the only outcome of that is a type of disinformation. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's derailing, and it's distracting. It's obfuscation from what's actually happening. And I think overall it's damaging because of her size, because of her reach. She's influencing millions of people, and she's misinforming and misguiding millions of people. And what she's actually doing at the end of the day is she's upholding the false two-party pseudo-federal political system. She's still teaching people that you have to vote to change the world. I mean, it's absolutely crazy to me. That's not anyone speaking truth. But again, she's accountable, to something and someone. So she has to say these things. That's why I truly believe she is, whether it be indirect or direct, an operative. She's not a legitimate, authentic individual that's out here speaking truth to power. I will never believe that for a second.
And the only time they give her,
well, we got to be careful too. I was gonna say we had to be careful too, because when she speaks on truther topics, she's pretty spot on, because she is rehashing old talking points. But when she talks about pop culture, she's duplicitous and self-serving. So in a sense, like, it's this everything she's like with she's doing rehashing the oldies, 9/11. This thing about every video we made in the last 15 years. She's just going back and talking about the things that you couldn't talk about before, but now you can. But at the same time, she has to do this because she's realizing that she was a creation of Daily Wire in a way. Her steam is running out. I mean, we all know, like, you have to pull out Andrew Tate and Amber Rose and all these people to keep your views up whenever she just does a show that's not sensational or leaning on some hot button topic, then she doesn't get the numbers.
Bro, why was she?
We got to keep that in mind.
Why was she out on Twitter trying to find people to give her a clip of XXX at Tentacion, bro? Like, for real? That's it's speaking to your point. That's what she's doing right now.
Yeah, that's what
she's out here talking about, like sex magic and hip hop. It's like, what do you know about any of that? It's crazy.
She's content.
I'm just irritated by her. That's all. Forgive me.
Yeah, she's content farming. She's looking for the next big thing.
Did you see?
She dirty macking is what she doing. You said
Dirty-
she taking
dirty
good truth
macking.
and putting it and putting a bad spin on it. But one last point I want to make about Andrew Tate, because he's playing a role as well. Andrew Tate is playing the brown man that's invading Europe and grooming young girls over there. He's playing to that role to incite the natives of Britain to come. That's what that riot was really all about. They have a real grooming issue with brown Muslim men allegedly grooming their young girls. And he's playing this role. And I think he's allowed to play that role to bring in nationalism and uprising that you saw over in Britain. So these people, like I said, they're playing roles. But I just want to say, I think Candace Owens, when we say she's lying, and then she actually says something true, then people say, see, that I told you that's a conspiracy theory. So it's like it's a no-win with her. It's like there's no win attacking her. If that makes sense.
Yes.
I like the poisoning the well that Days was alluding to earlier too, because that's really what she does with the truther thing specifically, and maybe even with the PDF thing. You know, you keep talking about it so much to where you get the average goofy goober that's out there listening to dismiss the whole idea. So then when one of us comes up with something about it, we show how Aleister Crowley taught the entertainers and the royals about the power that you get from sacrificing little ones, then we're looked at as crazy. And then if some sort of law is in place because of her followers or Trump followers or some other pseudo-truthers followers going nuts and doing something wild in the name of trutherism, or God forbid, in the name of Christian trutherism, then we will all be in a whole lot of trouble. They're gonna be going back through old videos. Well, who's responsible for this? One of them might say, well, you know, we looked on this computer and he's got a lot of DAYZOFNOAH videos on there. This is what I think this whole let the truther information out the bag. I mean, let the truth information cat out the bag agenda is all about. It's certainly not so that people know more about hidden things. You know?
Right. Building a database on those who speaking the truth, and you know the CIA metadata collection stuff and how they putting out this digital identity. There's going to be a social credit score, and based on your internet, like Days, it's right up your alley. Web3 rollout, when the internet is going to be authenticated, where you have to have some kind of, it's going to be like basically, if you don't comply, you're not going to have access, or you're just going to be invisible. And that's already happening where, like, you know, they're trying to put people in an echo chamber among themselves where we're not visible to the public at large, like we should be. Now, they might adjust it based on how, you know, your sub, so it doesn't look too obvious, but they're already making us invisible to the public. Like, you can see people who have access to the public domain. Like, they go live. Some people can go live the first time about something and just get a lot of people in there. And I think that that we already under some kind of digital social credit where they deem certain people a threat, and certain people who play ball, they'll give them, like Asho Speed. What does he do? Nothing. He just entertains and does dumb things. But everything he does, he'll pull like maybe 500,000 a live stream for doing nothing. He's setting himself on fire, you know, doing crazy things.
Can you imagine the power of the cultural power of that?
Yeah, it's like Mr.
amazing.
Beast. Mr. B. First of all, that name is just shady for all those who are biblical. But just the origin of this guy. Like, okay, we knew about PewDiePie and the whole thing, but he just came out of like nowhere, and all of a sudden he's the highest on the internet. He has all these connections. I'm just like, these people. It just doesn't happen organically like that. Like we said before, somebody either you're connected already, and they were, you know, raising you up to step in that position, or somebody approached you. because you're not, with all the censorship and shadow banning and suppression, no one's walking into fame accidentally anymore. That's not happening.
True.
You can't even talent your way into fame anymore.
Man, some of the most talented people.
Modern.
Yeah, some of the most talented people. Talent will get you attention, but attention from people. But what gets you connected is you're willing to compromise and promote whatever they're doing. You know, like they're gonna, like they might use, if you're not usable with your talent for their agenda, it won't matter. I mean, you can go,
especially on YouTube, because you can have people come established from the industry and get 20 people in their live chat. YouTube's a fickle beast.
It really
is a very fickle. Like you be surprised. Like, hey man, you're on TV every night.
Fame doesn't cross over.
Take Skip Bayless for instance. Yeah, Skip Bayless is on TV every day, and he probably can get 100 people in his live chat. And you trying to tell me somebody can pull 50K in their live chat? How did they get the first 5 or 1,000? Like it doesn't make any sense. I think it's just like, this is just like broadcast television now, that they have these assets ready. And I don't mean that like in a derogatory way, but they have these celebrities ready, and then they give them a platform that's ready built, and they put them out in front of the world, and they know how to make it seem natural and organic to grow their channel. But they know, okay, in the next year, they're going to be a 250,000 followers or 500,000 followers. You know, in the next 2 years, they're going to be at 2 million. And that's just the way it goes. And you look at like the Blake, I mean, you look at Candace Owens. I mean, look, Daily Wire owned her YouTube channel. She didn't own it. She had to go start a whole nother channel. So that tell you that these media companies just basically have channels just like they have on cable now. It's just on YouTube.
It's exactly. That's exactly it. All right, we got about 5 more minutes of this clip. I just want to get through this clip, and then we could continue the conversation, because the end of this is just, you could see how she is fighting for these guys. It just doesn't make any sense to me. There's something behind this. And it's beyond loyalty. The loyalty position, this is beyond that. Let's check it out.
Pulling some of the strings behind the scenes. Like, also, if you remember, he was the CEO of Parler, you know, that failed social media app. I don't know if it's even around anymore, but he was trying to pawn it off onto Kanye West, of course. I mean, Kanye is the easiest person ever to take advantage of. It's kind of sad. I mean, just look at the people around him. And also, if you look into what his dentist is currently doing to him, that's a crazy story. But thankfully, his Parler deal fell through. But when it was first announced, everybody's like, damn, Kanye's got to be the easiest celebrity to manipulate. And Candace Owens just ripped some money out of Ye's pocket. And George Farmer's out here laughing his way to the bank, having pawned off the dumbest investment ever on a highly suggestible, mentally ill man. And Candace finessed Kanye. So a lot of people felt like they're ripping him off. And if you remember, even Joe Rogan recognized Candace Owens was a grifter after only one podcast. That's all it took. And he's surrounded by grifters, so you don't have to be the best.
And is also a grifter. It's like grifters calling out grifters. And I know they got infighting too, you know, like they all don't get along, but they're all part of the machine. That's the thing. It's this new media. I call it one side's Conspiracy Inc. That's like the Alex Jones et al. And we have Joe Rogan and the new media with Tucker Carlson. It's like, this is the new legacy, the new cable TV given to the plebs on the internet.
At it to trick him, but Candace couldn't even last one podcast. And now with this Tate stuff, she's really exposing herself. You know, I think she just got way in over her head with this. And it seems like she might have surrounded herself with gay pedophiles and is now kind of losing it. I mean, go listen to her podcast with Andrew. The whole time they're ranting about how everybody's a homosexual. And again, that seems like projection, because are we really supposed to believe that Andrew Tate isn't a deeply closeted homosexual? I mean, if you look into it, it's pretty obvious. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there's plenty of evidence. You know, first of all, for his business, he had a sex guys, which I guess he's doing for money. But either way, I mean, you can call me old fashioned, but in my opinion, that seems kind of gay. And then also, I'm just going to read some quotes from him and try to tell me this isn't somebody coping with the fact that they're a homosexual. He said, any man who has sex with a woman because it feels good is gay. And kissing a woman is actually a sign of homosexuality. And then also during the Candace Owens interview, he said he sits around thinking about grabbing gay guys by the neck. And then also, just listen to him describe here how much he hates having sex with women.
I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want, which is not them. I have met beautiful women with a good personality and thought she will make me money. I have to this bitch. I don't want to have sex with her. I just need the money.
If you have no chance of having a child from the sex, that's as gay as sex can be. Now, not many people know you can have gay sex with a woman.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's not enjoying having sex with these women. And he's also saying it's just a way for him to get what he wants. And it seems like what he wants is attention from other men. You know, it seems like his entire existence is just trying to get validation from dudes. So I think Andrew Tate is just very confused, and he clearly just uses women, and I'm sure he's doing the same thing with Candace Owens. Like, she's obviously just a useful idiot to him. You know, he doesn't respect women. He doesn't think very highly of them. So what makes you think he would treat Candace any different? I mean, she's
exactly
pretty much just his PR agent at this point, and also somebody to promote Hustlers University.
That's crazy. She's basically a PR agent for him right now, and that's true. And she's been promoting his hustle, whatever, his LARP, his whole scheme. Check this out. This is crazy. This is Candace Owens, man. Like, I don't understand how people get taken.
I mean, she's pretty much just his PR agent at this point, and also somebody to promote Hustlers University. Like, in the middle of both of her podcasts, like the one with Andrew and Tristan, she just started going on a rant about how amazing Hustlers University is. I mean, she spent like 6 or 7 minutes promoting it and talking about how great it is, which was hilarious. And it sounded like she was doing a sales pitch. She's like, why go to college and spend 6 figures when Hustlers University is only $49.99 and you can learn so much more, you know? And I'm not like saying college is the best option for everybody, but to try to shill Hustlers University and act like that's something legit is just embarrassing. And again, like everything else she's been doing for the Tates, it makes you wonder, why would she want to do this?
I had not even realized how successful Hustler University was. It's a full disruption to traditional education system that most kids can afford and don't need to go into 6-figure debt for, because it's $49.99 for a course. And I actually hired someone not realizing they were a Hustler University graduate, and they've been an incredible employee.
Yes.
And this is a person from the wrong side of the tracks who now has an opportunity.
Can you believe this? I mean, it's making me a little nauseous, bro.
It's like they're trolling people. Hustlers University is
Are you kidding?
That sounds like...
You hear how she's building it up? Like, what?
I mean, imagine having a university say, I'm going to steal your money. And you just say, hey,
it's only $49.99. It's an infomercial. It's a damn infomercial, man.
I think they're trolling the lost. I think that when you have a seared conscience with a hot iron and you're so spiritually dead, you don't respond to your conscience anymore. And I think that a lot of people, they hear the word hustler and because they're carnally minded, they have a reaction that says, yeah, I want to be a hustler, instead of realizing they're being hustled. And it's like your brain is backwards. Reprobate mind, you're doing everything that's not convenient for you. So instead of hearing somebody tell you face to face, hey, this is a Hustler University, and a wise person would avoid it, the reprobate goes right to it and says, sign me up.
Man, I didn't watch this interview just because I couldn't stomach it. But right when I saw this clip here, I was like, if I had any respect left for this woman, it's like gone. This is so crazy.
And he's learning how to make money in this world, and he's not doing it because he has to first figure out how to pay all of these debts like I did with student loans.
Yeah.
And then you have these two brothers, and they're embodying the family, and they're speaking about traditional masculinity like, I'll beat you in a fight. So crazy. So there was this person who was doing like a bunch of digital content. I thought his content was amazing, got into touch. And I'm like, dude, you're a hustler. Like, where did you learn how to do all of this stuff? Like, I'm going to hire you. I'm like, what school did you go to? Harvard, Columbia, Hustler University. I said, excuse me.
Y'all buy that? Y'all buy that? Do you actually believe that happened? I mean, just look at her.
You're a hustler. Like, where did you learn how to do all of this stuff? Like, I'm gonna hire you.
Insane, man.
Where'd you go to?
Like,
Harvard, Columbia,
it's almost
Hustler University.
She says things that
Harvard, Columbia,
Hustler
University.
Like
What?
even using the term embodying the family or whatever.
They're like appealing to traditional masculinity, but these guys are dirt bags. These guys are straight up dirt bags, dude. Like men shouldn't be learning how to be men from these guys. They need to be following Christ. They need to be reading scripture. They need to be following men of God.
Even Andrew not buying it. Look at his face. He knows she's being disingenuous. Look at his face. And how you got to pause that. He's looking like that's a line of BS.
I always believe that atheists
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I also believe
you must have went to Hustle University. You know what I'm saying? With that line.
Atheists and agnostic have this thing in common, man. It's like the world, every word has been redefined. And the problem when words are redefined, like masculinity, right? When you remove that from the biblical worldview, it becomes something vain, something prideful, something that doesn't embody, having the structure of or the mind of Christ, where you realize that we lead by example. We have grace and mercy because we all need it. You want to keep yourself within biblical structure because it represents the character and nature of God. That's masculinity because God determines what a man is. We don't get to determine that. But the moral relativism of the world is that the world is now determining things that God ontologically already fixed and had a design and fixed design at that. So now masculinity is now a bunch of weak men, living a life to appease. He claims it's not to appease women, but it's money. But he doesn't realize that when you serve money, the women are hustling you. You might think you're benefiting, but the women who are money driven are exploiting your greed. And so it's like you exploit one another. And you think you're getting over, but no, y'all both headed towards destruction, blind leading the blind.
Did you go to Harvard, Columbia? No. Hustler University.
Did you learn how to do all of this stuff? I'm gonna hire you.
About that
I'm like, what's
hustler thing, spiritual logic. You unlocked this in my mind. Like not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Hustler is one of those words. It used to mean like a slick person or a thief.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like
right. Now it's a go. Like it had a totally negative connotation. Now it has pretty much a totally positive connotation, which is an ill form of double speak that he's saying Hustlers University, so I'm a crook. I'm gonna teach you how to be a crook. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And the world is so reprobate into they're wired by the sin-loving nature to think this is good. And that Isaiah 5:20, woe to those who call good evil, evil good. That's where we are. This is why politics doesn't work anymore, because the secular world is promoting evil as good. And so the laws are being established based on that false dichotomy.
Great point.
Amen. Amen. Dropping bombs over here. We're almost done with this clip here. I just gotta round this out.
Where'd you go to? Harvard, Columbia, Hustler University. I said, excuse me? What's Hustler?
Look at his face right here. He's like, oh, girl. You're laying it on a little thick there, Candace.
Excuse me? What's hustling? I went to Andrew Tate's school and I learned how to do all of these. I mean, this kid is going to make a killing. I mean, I'm telling you, he's going to make an absolute killing. It's like around the clock, work. Yep. Comes from the wrong side of the tracks. I figure out, hired him. One of the greatest hires that I've had, like unbelievably. Right. And so are jumping into, I genuinely don't even know what Hustler University is, but I know that kid is 10 times more effective than people that are coming out of with college degrees right now as looking for somebody. He is a hustler, like literally is a hustler.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what it is. She doesn't even know what Hustlers University is, but she saw this one kid that was impressive. So it must be better than Harvard. I thought she was logical. Okay, I've had enough. All right, man. Let's continue the discussion, man.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. It's like all deceivers create a framework that sounds logical. Because, you know, if you notice that, you know, Jordan Peterson, he laid a foundation for a lot of secular people to look in the direction of God, but he's overly intellectualizing something that's very simple if we acknowledge our sinful nature. You know, like when you don't acknowledge your pride and your sin-driven nature, the simple things are going to be very complex, and you're going to but when I just look at myself and my conscience and the word of God, the person and work of Christ, you know, what he taught, it obviously makes me a sinner. I know I'm a sinner. My conscience testifies that I'm a sinner. So therefore, I need to humble myself because I'm going to die. I'm going to die with knowledge that I'm a sinner. And there's an expectation of judgment. God has made himself known to all of us. That's Romans 1:19. You know, it's written in your conscience, testifying that the Creator has made it himself known to all of us in a general sense in how we interact with one another, and we appeal to a higher authority, a higher standard that is God. And when you read the word of God, that your conscience is confirmed and established that, okay, this is why I have a mind, is to know God and to know his will and to see that I have a problem and that I need him to do something because I am already in the problem. But see, the world wants you to think that, you know, it's funny that Candace was like, you're going to make a killing. She's promoting secularism. And she doesn't realize, like, there's nothing wrong with
I'm glad you picked up on that. Very good. Yes, yes.
There's nothing wrong with being productive and a hard worker, but at the expense of, you know, what did Jesus say? What profit a man to gain the whole wide world and lose his soul? She's like, yeah, go out there. You're going to get a killing. She didn't say, hey, keep your values and principles. Even from a secular standpoint, she didn't say, don't lose your values and principles in trying to get money. But she's like, and like, get money by any means is basically what she was saying. You're going to make a killing. You don't care how you make it. You know, and that's kind of what that's what she said. She didn't even qualify to mean like, you know, do it in an honest, productive way that's honorable and things. She didn't say none of that.
Somebody want to chime in?
Yeah, I just want to make one point that they're also pushing anti-intellectualism.
Yes, speak on that.
They're pushing that heavy. Like, no, everybody doesn't need to have a college degree, but you have to be knowledgeable in what you're talking about. And like, I found that's a real thread that they're pushing now. Like, oh, people with college degrees are dumb, or you know, it's like discrediting being knowledgeable. You know, and I'm
hearing that now, Mo. You're right.
And it's like, hold on, I understand you. Nobody, I mean, especially nowadays when you have access to so much academic tools and knowledge that doesn't come through the collegiate system. Yeah, I understand not having a college degree, but you at least have to have some kind of knowledge on the topic that you're studying. But they're pushing this heavy, like if you know study and read, you're dumb. It's like, hold on, whoa. I mean, I'm just, and I think that's a dumbing down of the population. That's another thing that they're pushing, and they're trying to make popular.
Great point.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because they don't want you critically thinking. They need you just mindlessly tuned out and just going along with whatever for the sake of being popular. The algorithm is exploiting people's need to be popular. So everybody's, you know how in the mainstream media we used to see those reels where all the media was saying the same thing, the same way, the same words. Now the algorithm is making people who are not critically thinking, who just want to be popular, they're literally doing the same thing. They don't even care that they're copying someone else. They're trying to do the same thing. It's that group thing.
Yeah. You want to jump in there, Don? That's a good point, Hope.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking about you know, it's the ghettoization. You know, so many of these things that would take place that in the Black community we talk about, and how don't do this, don't do that. You know, a lot of those things are now just being externalized, and that has become Western, you know, American in particular society. You know, and it's just like, how do we think that we can remain in a position of power as a global power like this? Like, it's impossible. Like, we cannot be on the top like this multipolar system. It must come into play. It's like we are helping this thing come into being. And
that's such a good point, Don. I want to ask you, because I think you're onto something here, man. Are we really on top is my question. Are we? Or is it like a perception of being on top?
Well, it's like one of our number one things that we do in our country is the story, the narrative, information operations, psychological warfare. That's like, we're the best at it. And it's self-evident. I mean,
true.
Look at the sports, the NBA. These things are global. Hip hop. They just had hip hop in the Olympics.
Yep.
You might as well say America. That's America shaping your way of thinking in the Olympics. It's a sport you could join into. It's just like, that's what we do. We sell stories, and it's just like, we've gotten so good at selling stories. We sold ourselves a story that we believe, and it's like, it's too cold, man. We can't break out of it.
Yeah, I know where you're coming at. I know you're coming from on that, especially culturally. I think we're extremely influential. We do set the tone for popular culture for sure. I'm looking at it more like, I'm thinking of like quality of life. Some people look at it from a financial perspective, right? They say even the poorest American is like wealthier than, I don't know what the percentage is, like 70% of the earth or something. But it's always this economic view, that seems to forget that we're not Homo economicus. You know what I'm saying? We're not like, you can't look at economics to judge social and behavioral qualities. You can't quantify the qualities in that sense, right? So I look at quality, and I feel, especially in the West, I think some statistics might even present this. We aren't on top in that sense. We're actually really behind. And bringing up Mo's point, intellectually, we're significantly behind the earth, even though, we're highly literate opposed to many other countries. But when we think about some of these things like level of intelligence, or at least intellectual interest, I think that's better, because I don't like to look into IQ and stuff like that. I'm more about people's interest in ideas, interest in intellectual things is very low and meager in this country, right? Because we're so distracted by popular culture things, social media, TikTok as an example, scrolling culture, doom scrolling, all of these things. But I think of just the rate of depression, anxiety, nihilism, as well as this kind of disconnect and dissociation that I think has a lot to do with our relationship to technology. But I honestly see this facade of winning, of Americanism being this world power, but actually I believe we're very behind in many ways qualitatively, in that we're not really in touch with ourselves and each other like many other countries that we would consider are underdeveloped or behind, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed. This is like a rich ghetto. To the Battle Don's point, I like that. It was a song.
Very good point. Yeah,
an excellent point. There was a group called War who made a very classic song, been sampled many times, probably most famously by Poor Righteous Teachers. The song is called "The World Is a Ghetto." Or maybe that was Slipping Into Darkness that they something. But yeah, "The World Is a Ghetto" is really interesting because it's like America is the rich ghetto, where the mindset is full of depression. This is probably the most per capita or pound for pound. You probably have the most depressed people. You probably have the most insane people. You have the most fed people and clothed people, and the people that can throw away the most food, and who have the most extra clothes, and who have the biggest houses with the most extra space, and who have more cars than they need. However, to your point, Days, you probably have the most spiritually depleted people who have more depression, less hope, more anxiety concerning the future. There's more polarity. Perhaps the marriage rates here in America probably don't look like the rest of the world because of the attitude that we have towards sex and the war between men and women and all of these things that keep this Luciferian capital of the world going. You know, it's a trade. It's a big sacrifice. In order to be that biggest, baddest country, the most dominant at basketball, and we can put breaking in the Olympics and we can do all these things. If you look at the African people today, I used to look at the African people on TV 10, 20, 30 years ago, and they still had a strong sense of cultural identity to the way that they dressed and their hairstyles. Now, you know, the world is a ghetto. Everybody made to look like the people in the ghetto who suffer from these same things, the depression and the insanity and all of these things, the trauma of living in the ghetto. Now the whole world, well, at least here in America, we experience a concentrated version of that ghetto trauma through the whole country.
Yes.
You know,
and that's the point.
They throw money at it.
That's the point out.
No, go ahead, Mo.
No, I was gonna say that's the point I was trying to make in the beginning about quote unquote America. We're like the global thugs. Like we do everything by force, either taking stuff from you or forcing our ideology on people. Like, I mean, if you look at Japan wanted nothing to do with America. They were an island. Nothing. They said, nah, y'all got to open up trade. And now look at Japan, how we've decayed them from the inside out with like what Days like to talk about with the technology, you know, to the point where they don't even have healthy birth rates or even social practices anymore. That's what America does. Either you're going to import our culture or we're going to attack you. And that's how we maintain order. And if whatever we're good at, that's what matters.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that matters. And I'm not being anti-American. I'm just telling you, this is what we do. This is what now I'm gonna say this is what's done on our behalf with our tax dollars.
It's the spirit of the nation, though. Colombia is a warrior whore, and many nations have fornicated with this great whore, you know, that has actually, you know, addressed or adopted this spirit. That's the official Queen Mother Goddess of America is Columbia. That's why DC, or our capital, is called the District of Columbia. They talk about Columbia the country. Columbia the country is named after this same entity. You know, so it's that same spirit, that whore that, you know, kind of like has happened throughout history. At times, you know, that whore that convinces the king or the royal to go a particular way. This is the nation that makes the places where the women want to dress modest. When you come over here, hey girl, take that off, you know, show it all. That's freedom. You know, that's the big trick. That's why the Statue of Liberty represents that same warrior whore. Because to Mo's point, we bulldog you into doing it if you don't want to do it after so long. First, like the whore, we bat our eyes and we try to make it sweet for you. But then if after so long you don't go along with it, you know, it's Bogart time. But that's the Luciferian system, and America is the chief of that system.
It's
so
true.
Certainly all of the folks that's propped up here in this nation to give opinions to these servants of this satanic system, you know, all of those people have to be in control.
And it's not being anti-American or anything. It's just being completely honest. Like, especially if we think of what America is in that, I guess, addressing its development, right? If we go to the beginning, isn't America just a collective or a collection of regions owned by other parts of the earth? Right?
Yeah.
We think of the Spanish, the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch, etc., coming in and creating their own ethnically influenced cultural enclaves in separate positions in this landmass. And over time, through treaties, etc., things change, and you know, the shape and the, let's say, the structure of the country changes over time. But are we to think that these cultural influences just went away and became some singular body? No, right? It's always been different aspects of the earth. That's why I look at America like, clearly it's a corporation, but it's also a type of cultural project. It's this type of experiment, but I also look at it as almost a weapon, like almost a bulldog for international powers, multipolar powers, especially if we want to talk about Israel, if we want to talk about the Crown, Britain, etc. And these global international powers using the United States as a bank, as a petri dish for culture, to influence the rest of the earth, but also to fulfill this type of new Babylonia, right, through culture and technology. And for me, America, essentially, it's being used as a type of weapon. And us Americans, we were born here. We were born into this wild and crazy development of all that we see here. But I just can't help but think, and I do understand there's always been the Anglosphere and the history of Skull and Bones and all of these rooted influences in this country, but I think that it's much more complicated than maybe we can even gather, and from my view, it's such an important place because of the power it has on the earth, but I don't think it's inherently anything American. I don't even know if there is anything American in that sense as far as the power structure is concerned. I know the culture and the people here, we're Americans. We've created a type of, let's say, mixed bag soup of cultures across the country, regional cultures, etc. We, the people, we have created what we all could consider different facets of culture and subcultures. But when we talk about America as a power, from my view, it's an oligarchic structure that is in a sense involving countries that have nothing to do with the people that live here. You know what I'm saying? And that's the hardest part to accept, is that things aren't as cut and dry as other countries. This is a very unique, special country, a type of new Babylonia that is fit to change and influence the entire earth. And right now, and I guess for the past 100 years, it's been accomplished through a mixture of technological development and cultural influence.
I'll just build on what
I mean, you look at Hollywood, you have Bollywood, you have Nollywood. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there we go.
Everybody just seeks to make a copy of what we do, and what America really is it's the purest form of a corporate culture. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Where money comes first. And that's what we worship. We worship mammon. That's it in a nutshell. Everything comes down to the almighty dollar.
To a degree, because they get to the point where money is no longer the currency, it's power and control. See, we can make a certain amount of money, but you can't make a certain amount of power and control. Money is a facilitator. They print that. It's witchcraft parchment. And I think it all really goes back to the fact that it was 13 colonies that was set up that, we were told came from or defected from England, came here and set up these 13 colonies. And from my research, that's the 13 witches that established a nation that was going to be one under God. But the God that they served was Lucifer. Now, again, that's a ill, far out there premise, and I'm willing to stand on that by myself. But if that's the case, then everything else kind of makes sense. They've stacked all of these other things on top of it, states and mayors and governors and rules and laws. But at the core of it, the foundation, if the foundation was laid by witches and warlocks, then they've made sure to keep some component of that. I mean, inauguration, the word augura means to make one a witch. So, they've kept this same spirit alive. So it's impossible for the spirit to be one way and the physical not to follow. So I think that all, that's all we're seeing here, is that the spirit was established under a God, but not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And then
Amen.
everything else falls into place.
I believe that exactly. And that spirit that you're talking about here is that spirit that I personally believe is guiding these industries through the Industrial Revolution 1 to 3 into the 4th. That's guiding the culture of degeneracy and New Ageism. You know, though we have different countries that had different parts in developing aspects of this country and the shared cultures, it's a shared spirit. Right. If you think about everyone who comes here, they're trying to escape something. Right. They're coming here for pure freedom and liberty that, in my view, is inherently Luciferian. Right. So there's this like Luciferian spirit that has always been here from its inception, that has you know, gathered itself together with capitalism, technological development, and degenerate satanic Luciferian culture. And this has spread throughout. And it's always been an aspect of it, transcending ethnicity and race, mind you. Yes, spot on. I agree 100% with that.
Yeah, it's a frustration for me. Like when Mo talked about how, you know, felt it was necessary to make the point not being un-American, because, you know, so many people are trained to think that if a person critiques something and they're against it. You know, it's not always the case. It could just be frustrated at the wasted potential of a thing. You know, like when Unplug mentioned the warrior prostitute, the warrior whore. You know, the thing about the whore, like when a beautiful woman goes that route, it's like such a waste of beauty. You know, frustrated the fact that a person takes something that they're blessed with and they just throw it away. And it's like, that's what motivates me to speak on the things I do about our countries, because it's like, man, this is so frustrating to watch all this potential that we had, all these people we had here. We could have taught them good things, positive things or constructive things in school, and still had a very strong economy and things. We just wasted it, and just example of it after example of that same wasted potential. We wasted our freedom. Now we got freedom with no responsibility. It's just like we just wasted all these things. And there comes a certain point in life, and this is on the individual level as well, well, you know, we don't get another shot. We don't get another chance. And I think that that's where we are right now. I think that it's the dawn is set, the sun is setting on this empire that we built here, in the, you know, the rest of the world is moving on. And it's just so frustrating to me that we had to go out like this, but I guess it was just meant to be, because the way we started, you know, we started on the wrong foot. We had so many chances to get it right. We just never did.
That's deep, man.
I'll jump in real quick. You know, it's interesting because y'all saying some great stuff, and it just made me think about, if you look at Egypt and ancient Egypt, you know, which they're pagan, false gods, and you look at Roman Empire, and you look at the United States, and most of our infrastructure is built on Roman, Egyptian, Greek kind of infrastructure, like the capital and the Vatican. All this stuff is relation. Like, it's showing you that multi-civilizational kind of entities have been running things, and not just everywhere. Like the whole, why is Washington D.C. laid out like the Vatican, and why is the Vatican laid out like Egypt, and all of this stuff is showing that there's always been a connection in Rome, and all of these things that kind of always been there, this foundation where they are counterfeiting everything. Like, it was all about counterfeiting. If you look at the U.S., why are the schools, the courthouses, the buildings, that not every building is a fellowship of the body of Christ, but, you know, people call them churches, but why do they all have the same architecture? You know, and it's kind of showing you that the indoctrination into infiltrating every facet of what they want us to, how they want us to see reality. It's been controlled through this Freemasonic thing. There's a conduit for all of this evil satanic practices that have been going on for thousands of years. And this is why it's hard for people to understand that for those who believe in Christ, that we come out of the world, that we're literally being conformed to his image, to reject all of these things because our nature is being changed. And we can see clearly, we can perceive clearly now, and everything is plain. Like, people who are not, a lot of people can't understand how we can just see things so clearly. But there's a regeneration of the spirit within Christ that just opens our eyes, where we're not led by our pride and greed and vanity and all these things like we were before. So once that sin is crucified, of course, with the chastening of the Holy Spirit and all that, it's progressive. None of us are just perfect. It's still going to be a lifetime of regeneration, but we can see things, we can see how everything's connected, and you can trace this stuff back to ancient Babylon. And it's always been like that. And people think that the ancient world is gone, but it's still there. And it's kind of hidden to people who are lost. But in Christ, we see it. And Brother Theo, he breaks it down in music. I learned a lot from just listening and understanding. It made me question, like, what am I putting in my ear gates? We subliminally listen and watch so many images and so many things that have been fine-tuned to program us, to condition us on a subconscious level. Most people don't realize the TV has a patent where monitors and screens control your brain by spectrum of light and frequency. We don't even think that that's a thing. We think that technology is on a level of magic, in a quote unquote. But it's just like we just don't think of it like that, because our ontology is so far removed from God. We think it's amazing, and it is in a sense, but it's also it's distorting us. It's distorting us in a very subtle but progressive kind of way. So I just wanted to add. Y'all were talking a lot. That was good. I just wanted to add my 2 cents.
Well, no, that's a real neat trick that they do, spiritual logic, because I called her a warrior whore, but I left out which warrior whore, and it's not a her, because there's spirits don't need wombs, and the woman is the womb man. So it's not a her, but it's Lucifer in disguise, the God that was chosen by man. Man chose Lucifer to be the God of this world. One of the hardest scriptures in the Bible, and one that makes not even just the secular a little bit uneasy. But you really have to digest what that means. That's why the Lord has allowed for us to live in this world where all you have to do is look probably within 5 feet of you, and you will see something with some symbol of some pagan entity on it. Man, it's not just for, it's not just for like kicks. They're not just doing, there's some people who hear these things and they say, oh, they just do that. It's a lot of just doing for it not to be no point to it. It's a lot of control through the TV and the frequencies, like the brother just said, through the music and the frequencies. They doing a lot for it not to be no end game. It is an end game. And it all has to do with the way that this world is structured from the top down. The pyramid is representative of it. That's why they put it on the back of the dollar bill right there near the word God, because the pyramid is symbolic of that structure. You cannot keep the devil's kingdom intact without it having a structure. And the way that it really survives, the way that these 13 colonies and 13 witches really kept everything rolling smooth, was to keep the average baby bear square from believing that it's a witchcraft thing going on. Yep. By having to sell them witch trials, by doing all of these things to cosplay as Christian, by having the presidents come up there and pose as Christians while openly saying that you're inaugurating them, starting everything off with a double mind from jump. So they've kept this thing going with the illusion of freedom. It's the illusion of freedom to be in more spiritual bondage than the rest of the world. We are definitely in more, there's no way to quantify that. But if I were a betting man, I wouldn't bet against it. We are more spiritually debased than the rest of the world as a country. We've got to be, even the most primitive places.
Yeah.
Because here we have the intellect of the devil. In some primitive places, they don't have the information or the propaganda that we have. Every day we're bombarding the children with Luciferian ideas as normal. And like Spiritual Logic said, you can't rely on the politicians or your particular party of choice, because at the end of the day, as evil becomes more fair seeming to the people, as people begin to legalize more and more evil things, then whatever side that you pick, left wing or right wing, you're going to be carrying the same demonic demon up into the skies to do what they need to do. And that's to convert everyone into this new being in Antichrist, a mockery of the new being in Christ. So there's an end game to all of this, to all of the propaganda, to all of the pundits that they put up in front of us trying to feed you brainwashing ideologies. It's all to an end game point. And it's about, you better be careful about your soul, because that's the goal. The goal is your soul. A lot of people think it's the mind. Mind your wants because somebody wants your mind, but it's really about the soul. And all of these things are soul-destroying things. After so long, the things of the mind will affect the soul, or what we know to be the soul: mind, will, emotion, imagination, intellect, subconscious and conscious thoughts, and memory. So, yes, all of this is for a point. And for anybody listening that's not a believer, I feel for you. I feel for you, because you're going to be the last person to understand something, because some things will only be understood by having a connection with the Most High God, who will be able to tell you, hey, watch out for that. Hey, turn that machine off. Don't go by that. Go this way instead of that way. When that's all you'll have. And we're going to get to that point. We're getting there faster than anybody ever imagined that we would. Mankind is headed for the same fate as those other empires. And it's not that we've copied or made an imitation of those things. It's the same thing. The things in Washington, D.C. is the same thing as the things in the Vatican. It's the same things in Egypt. The same point to the structures, the same point to the way the structures are made, the same phallic symbols and the same symbols of the ovum, the same symbolism, the same idea as the Twin Towers, the mother goddess idea and the sun god idea coming together finally as one. And that's when the world is going to accept Lucifer, once they get them to the sun god and moon goddess idea. And we're just about there. But in order to get there fully, you got to eradicate Christians. That's why that's the next thing on the agenda. Whoever the president is coming up, they're going to do about one way or another. We've talked about how Trump will do it, and the right wing will do it by cosplaying as Christians and then making themselves the obvious bad guy and villain, problem, reaction, solution. The whole country crowd and say, hey, do something about these crazy Christians. They're tearing up.
I think Project 2025 is a big part of that too. Even though that might not turn into much, it's being used for exactly what you're talking about here. This kind of hatred for Christians through politics. Look at these crazy Christians trying to implement Christianity into politics. They trying to put the Bible into politics. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely right.
Either way.
I'm sorry, Unplugged. Go ahead.
No. You good. But I just wanted to end with this. Either way, whether you vote Republican or Democrat, you're going to have a form of totalitarian government. It'll either just be an obvious pseudo-Christian patriarchy, okay, something like The Handmaid's Tale, or it'll be the total opposite, or more of a Huxleyan type of idea, where it's this Bacchanalian paradise where people dope and sex themselves to death, But one way or the other, you're going to have a new form of control that's going to help to put the New World Order and the Luciferian agenda on the fast track. Battle Don.
Yes, sir. Like when you mentioned the purging, the culling, the cleansing that certain corners speak about, that is the next step. Alice Bailey, the queen of the New Age movement, she spoke about, the spirits that were guiding her to write her books and things like that. They spoke about the year 2025 being the year where this Luciferian externalization is supposed to be at its its climax. It's going to be something, as far as the demons were telling her, something big was going to happen to cleanse the world of all these people that's holding back humanity's evolution. So yes, that is the next step. You got different groups headed towards the same realization. You know, like I was doing the research for this show this evening and checking out the videos Dave sent over. I was trying to connect it to things that I had been looking at, and that's when I brought up the British Israelism. The thing about that, even in that, the new apostolic reformation, people pushing to have power in the United States, their teachers speak about a cleansing that needs to take place. You know, even some of them going so far as to say Jesus enjoy a little killing every now and then. People are saying this stuff in churches. People's minds are being primed and shaped and readied for something like that to happen. And it's coming from different, again, I just shared with you the New Age version. And then you got people that's so-called in the church, they think a cleansing, a purging need to take place too. So who knows, other countries around the world, people are starting to think, hey, maybe something needs to shake. Maybe we need to get rid of certain people. That's another thing that always I think about in the back of my mind when we talk about the Jewish people. Why is that always in the back of in the back of the conversation about their existence and how it's just a problem? You know, all of this stuff is deeply demonic, anti-human, and this is where we're headed.
Battle Don, I would love to get your information from DAYZOFNOAH. I love that. That was really right on point. And I did not know that Alice Bailey had actually mentioned, or I didn't remember that she mentioned the year 2025. That's very telling, because for folks who are listening who may not be aware, the UN, the United Nations, used to have still has a spiritual component. It was developed by Alice Bailey and the Lucis Trust. It used to be called the Lucifer Trust. They changed the name after some protesting. Christians used to protest. There was a time when Christians would evangelize. But see, the UN and them want that something's going to happen where it will appear to the public that Christians are causing a lot of rabble rousing and problems and troubles. So a group like the one that you just talked about, Battle Don, that may be a controlled opposition group, the apostolic group, they may be a key group that could be used as controlled opposition to go out there and do something in the name of Christianity, even worse, in the name of Christian conspiracy theorists or truthers, or God forbid it be somebody from QAnon, but somebody that represents us is going to have to go out there and do something stupid. And when they do that stupid thing, we all will know this is not a real soldier of God. We'll all know it. But the average goofy goober who's been trained all his life to use Jesus Christ only as a curse word, or if he happened to stub his toe, the average game goofy goober who believe all the things that they're being fed by the Revelation 2-9ers and by the mainstream media, they're going to believe that these Christian folks is a problem. We got to do something about them. And they got to get the average bear there. They did it with Muslims. They can do it with us.
That's the plan. That's definitely the goal. And it seems like it's rolling out, man, especially with all of these new quote unquote converts. All part of the machine. You got Owens, Candace Owens, and you got what's the guy? The British
Kanye.
guy. You had Kanye, and now you got the British comedian.
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand. It's just strange. And then some can make the coincidence theorist point and say, well, you know, people are realizing this world is corrupt, and of course a lot of people are coming back to scripture, trying to get back to tradition. Why wouldn't famous people do the same? I mean, I get that view. I just don't think it's that easy. I don't think it's that simple. I think there's something involved with these particular individuals that are placed before us especially during this time when so many things are transitioning and at such a spiritual height, right? It's like there's so much demonic activity going on, yet at the same time, a lot of Christians are returning to the scriptures. So it is a spiritual battle. I look at it as an ontological battle, but also a spiritual battle, a battle on the mind and the heart, but a battle on the spirit and the soul. And it's just rolling out fast, man. But we're going on almost 4.5 hours here, man. And I know Mo got to get out of here, so I hate to cut it off, but we gotta wrap it up here, and we'll return.
We can save something next time.
Yeah, we'll return for another conversation on another topic, and we always, especially towards the end, we get into kind of whatever we want to talk about. Today we were focusing on Candace Owens and her just wild rise to fame and influence, and analyze a lot of strange inconsistencies. And I think we've all come to a consensus on the individual, in that it appears as if she is working for something much bigger than herself. I don't think we agreed on if she's aware of that or not. It could go either way, but it is clear that there's something going on here that isn't right. We'll just keep it simple. But as we get out of here, man, I'd like you guys to just some final words, some last words. We can start off with Mo, and then Hulk, and then Brother Theo, and then we can end off with Don.
Well, I'd just like to say that with a well-known statement in the Truthful community is eat the meat and leave the bones. So there's some truth to be heard with Candace Owens and what she's saying, but at the same time, there's problems with it. And don't condemn the person that may bring you her content, because there might be just opening their eyes to truth. And that, I think Unplugged said it the best about Alex Jones. Alex Jones woke a lot of people up, even though the way he conducted himself. So don't discourage people that may not be as in depth with the study and the truth that we have. Because you may discourage them and just send them down a negative path. And I like to wrap on that. And always a good session with you fellas.
Great point.
Likewise.
Great point.
Likewise. Love you, Brother Mo.
Yeah, same here, man. Respect.
Oh, we got everybody on here. We're gonna have to do another show too as well.
Absolutely, we have to.
Yes, sir.
I'm with it.
All right. So thank you all. This has been I love conversing with you brothers, because I get edified, I learn, I grow. Iron sharpens iron. It was great, man. Even when we have the discourse, it sharpens our mind. We can better present our ideas, because the thing about men is that we're all seeking to come to a better knowledge of the truth here. So even what angle we approach it, we're helping to reveal the truth. So it's like we all have something to bring here to open, the bigger revelation of the truth. And I think that when it comes to Candace, again, I pray for her. I hope that she comes out of, the influence of the Luciferianism that surrounds her, and don't wish ill or condemnation on anyone. But, just being objective about what's going on, I think it's wise, as we would all do with anyone, is that we present things that are designed to deceive people away from the truth of Christ and to the deceptions of the world. You can only serve one master. So, it's part of our job that we have no fellowship with the evil works of darkness, but we expose them. And also, be aware of the form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. Satan is a deceiver. He's going to always present himself to look like something righteous, but denying Christ. So the counterfeit morality of the world, it's going to be appearance and aesthetic, but it won't reflect a changed nature that seeks to follow Christ. And that's always going to be the key to seeing through the deceptions in the Holy Spirit, by faith, of course. And on that note, that's all I want to ask, man. Again, always a pleasure. I look forward to the next one, and that's it. Oh yeah, and check out my in my channels, by the way. If you're looking for more biblical content, I know there were some people who had a lot of questions, and I give more thorough biblical explanations on my channel. So I'll drop the links for those who want to at least know what I really believe, if there's any question.
Links in the description as well.
I'm honored. I'm honored to be among you, brothers, you Christian truthers, brothers in Christ. And I always learn something whenever I'm invited to a panel like this, especially when me and Days chop it up, or me and Mo chop it up, or Spiritual Logic, who I've had on my show a couple of times, and I do highly recommend. I like his reading and understanding of the word. And as the elder brother here, I'm honored whenever I'm asked, and I'm just thank you, Days, for asking me to be on. And anytime anybody wants me to be on, I've been around these YouTube streets for a minute. Y'all know how to get in touch with me. I ain't hard to find. Unplug 'em, brother Minister Theo. Unplug 'em channel, over 10 years on YouTube, over 1,000 videos. Holla at me. Oh, and let me just say, to those who will receive it, I just pray in the authority of the name of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, that the perfect peace that surpasses all understanding, the perfect peace of one whose mind is stayed on the Lord, and the perfect love that casts out all fear, be loosed and bound to whoever would receive it. We touch an agreement in the authority of the name of Jesus. Amen.
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 I thank you, Days, for inviting me on. Thank you, Mo, for introducing me to. I would not have been in this space if wouldn't have connected with Mo, or Mo connected with me and put me on to Brother Unplug him some years ago, and told me about Days, and I learned about Hulk, and it's just amazing to be in this this fellowship, across, spread out across our country. It's just amazing that we could do this, and I thank God for it. What we heard tonight, I think a good idea for some of us. We all know where we are in our spiritual walk, but for some of us, me included, need to take a social media fast, because this stuff here is this is out of control. This is ridiculous. And these influences that we are allowing in our lives through social media, we gotta starve some of these influences out. And then just want to say, Brother Hulk and Unplug them, want to get with y'all on y'all channels and do something with y'all like I've done with Days and Mo, and let's make it happen, fellas.
Likewise.
Already. You already know, man. Looking forward to it. We got so much coming in the future, man, especially given the next couple months about to be wild. So I gotta call on my brothers to come in and discuss these things as they happen, because 2025 is upon us, and I think the Most High has put us here in these positions to speak on these things, man. And I'm very humbled by that, and I'm thankful for that, and I'm thankful for you guys, especially Brother Theo, who kind of started it all. He started it all, really, because he was my biggest influence to even make a YouTube channel. So, it's just a blessing to be where we're at today, all these years later. Going on 9 years now, man. It's just wild. It's wild.
And let me say something to you, Days, because I really appreciate that you acknowledge me in that way that you do, because you don't have to, and everybody don't. I've influenced a few folks out here, and as a teacher at heart, that's what you want to do. You want to produce students with better classes than you. And, you know, we're not to operate in pride, but I wish I had a better word to say, you know, I'm very glad for you, and I thank God for you. And I appreciate that acknowledgement. And but I thank him more for the work that you're able to do. And I just appreciate you.
Likewise, man. And it's I'm just thankful for you, you know, because, and that's why I have to constantly reiterate the fact, you know, because I remember those days, you know, I remember coming into this realm of YouTube as a complete outsider and not being in the faith, being in the world, a heathen, you know, and discovering your work and just diving in. And, you know, I just remember that period in my life, and it changed me forever, you know, and now I'm here, and, you know, I have Christ in my life, and I'm living by faith, and it's transformed me as a man, and it's given me wisdom and understanding beyond what I could ever have imagined prior. So as much as I thank you, of course, it could have never happened without the Most High God, who's organized and orchestrated all these things. But that moment in my life changed me forever, man. And so you'll always be there in my heart, and a mentor and a brother. So definitely, brother, I appreciate you so much, man.
And likewise to both.
It'd be a lot of baby bear squares out here if it wasn't for Unplug 'em.
Facts.
That's for real.
Facts.
True, man. I be learning.
That's for real. You know what I'm saying? That.
Thank you,
100
Jesus.
on that one.
Thank you,
Definitely,
Jesus.
man.
Yes, man. So it's like family, you know, and it's crazy. As Brother Don said, it's amazing how we're able to get together from all different parts of this country, man, and collab like this. And though it may not be in the physical, there is the spirit working through all of this, man. So it's an amazing thing to be able to do this and fellowship and make these kind of connections with like minds and brothers, and it's like family. It's this new kind of thing we're all dealing with these virtual worlds and technology, but it just goes to show how truly diverse and unique connections can be, not to the degree that they replace them, but they definitely do add to them. So I'm just eternally thankful for you guys, man, because, you know, I stay in my lane, man. You know, I don't be in everybody's business all over the internet, on YouTube, on everybody's channel. That's never been how I move. So this is definitely my family, and, you know, it means a lot to me to have you guys here. So I'm just thankful, man. I'm just thankful. That's all I can say, man. I'm just very grateful that we're even still here, by the way, able to do this.
Hallelujah.
You know, and just have such the presence of such good men, you know, men of God. You know, it's I feel very blessed. So I thank you guys, and I thank everybody listening, all the mods. This is the backup channel, so if you're a mod on this channel, you've been around for a minute. And of course, there are some newer mods as well, but this is kind of where we really got things going here. So I appreciate you guys for being here, and we'll continue these discussions. We'll see what the next one will be. You know, we kind of just get an idea. We hit each other up, or I'll hit Mo up. I'll hit Hulk and Don. I'll hit you guys up. I'm like, what you think about this? And we just get together and make it work. So I'm looking forward to the next one, man. So I want to end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God, in Jesus' name. Amen and shalom. All right, let me see if I could do this real quick.